All right, I think we are live. Hello,
Hey, Sean, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Oh,
Awesome.
wait, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. We're good.
Oh,
Sean, you're wearing an upside down LA logo on your head right now. That's fun.
exactly. Dude, I did it for the occasion.
I love it. Just like me wearing mine, mine says Austin because we're going to talk a little bit about Matthew McConaughey, Mr. Austin, Texas today, where I live now. So
Dude,
it'll be fun. It'll be
you got,
fun.
you got a lot of hats, man.
I have a lot of hats.
Mhm.
Pun intended.
So, I guess we're just waiting to see if people will join because we set this up like last very spontaneously.
Yeah,
Um,
and that's fine.
yeah, we'll see. And then if I guess if it doesn't work out, then we'll see. We'll just play by ear. We just wanted to freestyle it. I think everything was just happening so organically recently that we're like, let's just let the organicness just take over and see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see who chimes in and out, if anyone. If not, no big deal. Um,
What could we start with as an ice, just to as an introduction? Is there any is there any sports updates for today?
um, I mean, other than the Capitals being one game away from getting to that 48-19, shout out Rambo and Cody for emphasizing that on his live earlier today.
When is that game?
Honestly, I don't know. I got to double check the schedule, but regardless, consider this a free pick for anybody that wants to try to take advantage. Uh, the Capitals are playing the Blackhawks next, and if they lose, they will drop to 48-19. We already saw the 48-19 in other sports hit. All shout out to Rambo for that because he's been talking a lot about that story, the upside down plane crash on Michael Jordan's 62nd birthday. And there's only a select amount of teams in all of these sports that had a chance to hit it, and all of the ones that Rambo has been pointing out, it's hit. I guess what I'll do, Sean, I'm going to request here to share my screen. I'm going to share a window.
For the people watching right now, I think we have a few people, but wanted to say hi to you guys and thanks for joining us so spontaneously because yeah, we were like what we were gonna do. We wanted to pre-record this and then set it up so it would premiere in the morning, and then we were just kind of both on the same page, on the same wave, and we're like, let's just press go live and see what happens. So you guys are, um, thank you guys for being here for that. And someone is decoding with Jordan. Is asking for your.
The first chat is decoding with Jordan. I can't wait to talk to decoding with Jordan because holy smokes, that's just another perfect example of what I'm living through right now. I can't get away from Jordan and love and air and fire, and it's so screaming at me. Thank you, decoding with Jordan.
I'll put the link. You can let him know, but I'll also put the link in.
I'd appreciate that, Sean. Yeah, if you can just put the link in the chat and or in the description of this video once it's officially posted, that would be greatly appreciated. I say that because I'm living through my own reincarnation right now, if you will, in that, you know, my Instagram page and all that stuff, I don't have access to that anymore, but I'm realizing that in me having to shift to YouTube, it is very challenging, but it's also really making sense because what I have to share, I don't think gets the message across on Instagram. So I've put together a pretty intricate presentation. I really hope you guys enjoy it. I like to make things visual. So as I explain, what I'm seeing, I want to add visuals that go with it. So it's fun to watch. Once again, this is a love story. Everything we're living through, you guys, is about love. And I'll be honest, Sean, I love you, man. Like I'm so thankful that there's a reason why you were the first person I ever met in person before Adam the Illusion, and I love Adam just as much the same. There's a reason why that whole meeting happened. And there's a reason why you were holding my book, Wordplay, right? This one? Like when you were holding this, and I met you for the first time, like it was just so humbling. I was just so like, wow, there is somebody out there that is seeing what I'm seeing. And I just want to thank you, Sean. This isn't the first time or the last, hopefully, where you have offered your platform to me, and I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me. And it's just really exciting to see where this is all going.
I love you too, bro. And yeah, it's again, like I've said it many times, but like I guess whatever you're seeing through me is you're seeing yourself, because you crafted me from the ground up, and you like I wouldn't have had any motivation to just like I didn't have any channel, any platform, nothing, and then you like gave me so much interest and like attention and like encouragement when I was literally like nowhere, and then you were convincing me so much that I should make a YouTube way before I even thought about it, and you were consistent about that, and so that was one of the hugest reasons why I did it at all. So I guess
I really appreciate that. I feel kind of like a hypocrite in a sense by pushing you to YouTube because I'm now the infant in this, right? Now I'm brand new to YouTube. I'm leaning on you because you have built a very strong channel with a lot of loyal followers who do see what we see. And it's just so beautiful how, things come full circle. And with all of the things that we're going to share with you guys tonight, once again, this is the most beautiful story ever told. And it ties back to the Bible. It ties back into things that are right in front of your face. And if you make the choice, right, as Rambo says, I've made the choice to want to know. I want to know. When you do that, even just a little bit, it's a little scary, It's a little scary. It's very scary for me right now, but it's beautifully terrifying, as I like to say, because what I've learned is that we are all here for a purpose, and God does not make mistakes, right? We do have free will. We truly do, in my opinion. But God, as they say, is the grand mathematician, right? And the majority of this is not even going to touch on the numbers and the gematria, because we know that always follows. We have some incredible things to share with you guys tonight. So,
yeah, I agree with all of that. And so just a heads up. Yeah, a lot of this is going to be, it's a presentation that AJ put together, but like it's a compilation of the work that we've done together over the past over a year, like maybe 2 years. But it's just like documentation of like our conversations, and we've done live streams on my channel, so it's gonna be like almost like a recap, but for the sake of showing that the stuff that we were talking about back then, we were talking about it for a good reason, because we were catching on to things, and now we're seeing it, how it's connecting to stuff today. Like, it really is. And by the end of it, like, if you really stick with it, and like I guess really focus on each piece, and focus on the connection as a whole, like, I think you're gonna agree that, like, the pieces go way back, and most likely they're still being put together. Like, right now we're still seeing like the puzzles just continue.
Sean, a perfect example would be what I mentioned in the last live stream with Rambo and Cody, shouting you out big time. I called you, and we were talking about Cooper Flag and all that stuff, and I just didn't get around to measuring the date duration from Donald Trump, born on Flag Day, to Cooper Flag's birthday. And you pointed out that was exactly, what was it, 12,000, just the date of his inauguration, right? It was 12025. And you were pointing out, look, it's exactly 12025 weeks apart from when Cooper Flag was born. I mean, if that is not the most incredible example to show how far out these things are happening, meaning that there's things that have happened in our past that are going to come to fruition over time. And if you lean into yourself, every single person, you apply it the way that Sean does, you're going to see how beautiful of a world you truly live in, because God does not make mistakes.
Exactly.
Our Creator does not make mistakes. And we are just leaning into each other, sharing a love story, because that's what I'm learning through my journey, is that we live in a love story, right? As they say, God is love. So, Sean, I did request.
Oh, you did.
Okay, cool. So here we are.
Let
me get format out of there.
Give me one second. Let me get some water real quick.
No problem.
Okay. I'm back.
All right, we good?
Yep. Let's do it.
I can't see how many people are on the chat unless I opened up, like, watching this live as I'm recording it. But how many people we got in the room right now?
I see 2.
Hey, that's amazing, honestly. As long as we got some people listening, and obviously we'll post this, but
yeah, just dude, that's like how we started too. So I remember the day. So we met on Instagram, and I remember I heard about AJ's channel through one of the first gematria people besides Zach was The Illusion, and then he brought up your name. So I remember anytime that he brought up someone's name, I was like, I just wanted to find as many channels as I could. So then
you found me through Adam.
Yeah.
The Illusion. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I remember out of nowhere you just decided to go live on your Instagram, and then that day, like there's a few people on it, like maybe five or so, and then I was just in the comments, and I was just like, I didn't even have, like I said, I didn't put any content on my page or anything, and I was just in the comments, just kind of adding onto stuff, and then you just sent me an invite, and then I was like, oh shoot, like what the heck, like just like out of nowhere, and then you're like, hey, so Sean just said if you're interested, I would like to have you come on and maybe just talk to you. And then from there, we just like, so it started with a little live stream like that on Instagram with a few people, and then from that point forward, like it's led to like us with like the stuff we've done thus far, in our own ways. And even for me, I'm not saying like, I'm not trying to say like I've accomplished so much, but I think the things that I have accomplished, that I feel the most accomplished, are just the work that I've done that's on my YouTube, just like the catalog of like that, the recorded work that I've done. I think that's what it's not like having a bunch of subscribers or anything like that, but I do have more than I ever would have expected to ever have. Like, never would have thought to have like 1,000 or even close to 1,000 on YouTube. So to me, it's like it's a lot to me. So it's just crazy, like knowing that it started from something just as like humble as that.
I think it's fitting that there's two in the chat. There's two of us talking. I love you like a brother. And all of this ties back into the city of brotherly love. And for me, on this new venture, this new realization, when I look back at everything I've been coding for the last 5 years, I truly feel that we are all just living in a love story. And you and I both have seen a lot of movies, and not every love story is all lovey-dovey, right? Not every love story ends the way that you would like to see it end, or etc., right? But once again, if we all make the choice to lean in and know, this is what I'm taking away from this, that love is the answer. We are all living in our own respective love stories. And Sean and I have our own examples that we can continue to share in all of this. And a lot of this goes back to the read-throughs that we've done with my other mini books. Like, it's all documented. Like, we've been talking about this, that this is a love story. It's literally written in my last book, They're After Me. This one right here. Remember this one, Sean? They're After Me.
Yeah.
And it's all about the reason for the name of this book, They're After Me. It's They're After Me Lucky Charms, right? And the very first charm in the jingle is hearts, stars, horseshoes, clovers, and blue moons. I break down all of it and how every single lucky charm was playing out last year. But heart is the first. It's the very first one, followed up by star. Okay. So let's dive in, Sean. Anytime that you have an addition, please butt in. Okay.
Sounds good.
So I put a lot of time into this. Like Sean said, this is kind of off the cuff in the sense that we're going live right now. We were planning on pre-recording this, but for the sake of anybody watching that wants to add contributions, please do. So once again, love is the answer. We are living in a love story. What are the odds that Sean and I are now having this live stream on the date written 4/2, where I've talked about the heart chakra several times? Heart is an anagram of earth, right? And we'll get into that later. But today is 4/2, and we're talking about love. Green is the heart chakra. But look at all of the national holidays today, Sean. Children's Picture Book Day, National Child Help Day of Hope, Day of Hope, International Children's Book Day. Shout out to Cody. He referenced it again on his live stream today about the death of Val Kilmer and Batman and all that. Be as a child. That's the only way you can enter the kingdom of heaven. It's right there in the Bible, you guys. Matthew 18:3. A couple other national days, Sean. I think we talked about this. Hold on. Sorry. It's also National Reconciliation Day. So when it comes to love, if there's just my recommendation, I know it's hard, but if there's any love lost in your life right now, consider this an opportunity or a way of hopefully, our Creator speaking to you. If you're picking up what we're putting down in this presentation, just think about relationships that you've had and have lost, and maybe this is your opportunity to reconnect.
Hey, Zenith wanted to say hi. Zenith's here, so he said he's just listening because he can't really be too active. But I just want to say what's up, Zenith. Oh, what's up? And Seven Spartan, what's up? How you doing today?
Yeah, no, I love to see that. Yeah, no, Zenith, I've been watching, like, now that I'm spending more time on YouTube, I've been seeing some of your work, and I love it. I love it. I know why I'm supposed to be here, in this space. So I appreciate that. But what I wanted to point out here too, look, notice, it's also National Love Your Produce Manager Day. Random, not really in our community, or at least not the way I look at it. It makes perfect sense. Produce, fruit, the whole story of Adam and Eve, What are the odds that April 2nd today, 4/2 chakra, is also Nature Day?
Keep going.
Yeah, with a tree in the hand. I have a book called The Hand. But I've touched on the year of the snake, all that kind of stuff. But I mean, just, by the way, if anyone's interested, I got these screenshots from nationaltoday.com. So they will share with you all the random national holidays that people celebrate, I guess. But yeah, what are the odds? And this will all come back in a little bit. But I'm going to wait for Sean before we get to the next slide, because it's another big one. And it's another example of what I'm living through every single day. And today, this news was the latest example. So to recap, Children's Picture Book Day, National Child Help Day of Hope, International Children's Book Day, blah, blah, blah. It's also Nature Day. It's also Reconciliation Day. It's Love Your Produce Manager Day. Produce, Apple, we get it. But check this out, Sean. Today, as I was getting ready for our live stream, just go back and watch my, 3 or 4 videos I've made now. All of this for me, where I came to this realization, was when I loosely pointed out Cooper DeJean on his birthday, right? Just think about birth, the birth of Christ, the rise, the return, all that stuff. But I also mentioned in my last live about the last name, Jean. That's a big part. And today, as I'm getting ready for this live stream, Jean-Claude Van Damme accused of some very ugly stuff. So now, to this day, right now, we have Gene now back in the news, and they just so happen to have a thumbnail of iHeart Radio behind him. How many images of Jean-Claude Van Damme are out there? But they chose this one.
And
But they chose this one. You know what I mean?
that's, yeah.
Once again, this is a love story, and they're screaming it at you.
Yeah, and then just also, since I know that there are some people who are here. So right now we have like a little over 10 now, which is pretty cool watching. So we, especially me and AJ, so we like to decode, like what's going on every in the world around us and all that stuff. But we apply it to we mix it with synchronicities, we apply it to ourselves. And that's kind of what makes it way more interesting, because it'll be like we'll be talking about a certain theme and something that just really stands out to both of us. And like, so for instance, this is perfect because the love and the heart stuff, which is a huge part of what we're going to be talking about, that's a huge topic that we've been talking about, like amongst ourselves, like through texting and stuff for over a year. And that's what led to us AJ putting this book together.
Sean, you and I have known each other for 5 years now.
Well, I know, but I just mean like the work that is in this book specifically. It's like it consists of work from like about like a year or 2 years.
Yes, and once again, Sean, I guess all I'm going to say, I think the biggest thing I've ever learned from you, truly from you, is that apply this work to yourself in your own life and you will be absolutely mind blown. I'm mind blown by just the things that they put in the public and how it all lines up so perfectly. Once again, Cody did a great job today breaking down, the death of Val Kilmer and Val Venus, the heart. He's seeing it, of course, about all the love stuff, be as a child. But what I learned from you, Sean, was like, buckle up and decode yourself and apply it to yourself. And that will be the true evidence, if you will, that, what they put in the public, they do it for a reason. This is the latest example. But when you look in your own life, there's no way you can explain that. You know what I mean? Like it's just incredible how perfect it is. And I'm telling you guys all, every single one of us have a story like this about how perfect it is. It's just a matter of you individually making the choice to lean into that. And so that's the greatest gift you've ever given me, Sean. And I appreciate it.
That's great to hear. I'm glad. Yeah, because I think I can admit that maybe you did start doing it more recently than not, because I think it was more. I think
it happened with Cooper DeJean. Like I threw it out there, and then as soon as I saw it happen, like my heart dropped, pun intended. Like my heart dropped. I was like, what the? And then from that day forward, all of a sudden it just, I don't even have to scrape and claw for this, you guys. This was on the front page of the Daily News, New York News, with iHeartRadio right in the back. Like, if anyone wants to call anything I share a reach, I mean, to each their own, right? But all I'm trying to do is share the love story that I'm living in and telling you guys, all I did was take Rambo's advice and make the choice to know. Just like you are, just like Cody is, right? Just like Joey, all in our own ways. You know what I mean? And it goes way farther beyond the numbers. So you guys will notice there's very little gematria in this presentation. But this is the kind of stuff where when you see this, I guarantee you when you apply the practice of gematria, letters and numbers, date durations, all that stuff, it's going to fall perfectly in place every time. So another like example of just how this is so screaming in my face. I've been talking about Love and Kobe, Mamba, the snake, the serpent, right? All that stuff. What are the odds that Super Bowl champs Kenny Pickett and AJ Woods, right? What I go by, they serve as Pitt honorary coaches for a spring game. Pitt, AJ, Pitt, Snake Pitt. Call it a reach or not. I thought that was an interesting example. Where it's just like, oh my God, it's screaming at me. Not everyone's named AJ, right? But if anything, think about this. The Eagles win the Super Bowl, and then now they're emphasizing that 2 Eagles are going back to Pittsburgh, right? The Snake Pit. So,
dude, did you? Okay, I don't know if this is official yet. I keep seeing things about it, and I think it's like new. But did you hear that they just announced the Kobe Netflix documentary?
I could have sworn that they like at least loosely hinted at a release of something like that like a couple weeks ago, but no.
Yeah, because they were saying that it was going to come out. They're saying that it's going to come out in what's it called, 2025.
Okay.
And when you see, let me see if. Okay, can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah. I was going to say, if you want to take it back.
Okay.
Let me stop.
Yeah, you're gonna trip when you see this, dude.
This is why I love collabing with you, man, because I'm only one guy, you know?
So Netflix upcoming and again, even if this isn't real, just the fact that this is like
my God, dude.
The heart of a black mamba. Did you see what I mean?
Of course I do. Is that real? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna do a quick Google. I just want to.
Because I saw it on Facebook. And
what's it called again? The heart of
Black Mamba.
The heart of a Black Mamba.
Mm-hmm. Journey through the NBA. So yeah, it doesn't look real, but I just started seeing it. And it's like new too. Like it newly started circulating.
Okay. Yeah, I see the Facebook post that was a week ago. I see another Facebook post. I can't really. I mean, at the end of the day, we can never. We know that what's put out in the public is with intention.
Yeah, you can share your screen again. I just wanted to. It's just so route. It's.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through kind of the main part, like main page in a quick Google search to see. Yeah, I do see 2 different Facebook posts about that. But oh my God, if that happens, if that is real, that is incredible.
And just even if it's fake, it's still crazy because it has to do with like what we were talking about, and then the heart of a black mamba, and then the snake, and
Kobe from the city of brotherly love.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
That's unbelievable.
Like Sean. Just like even if somebody made a fake like advertisement for it.
No ulterior motives. Let's just like whoever posted this.
Mm-hmm.
We're not. Sean, I chuckled when I was listening to your last live about you guys that there isn't old shriveled white men in coats sitting in a conference room that are like crunching numbers and orchestrating all this. What we're trying to share is like the world we live in, our creator is perfect. He doesn't make mistakes. And if you can lean in to know and look around you in your own life, lined up with whatever journey you're on, right? Like this is what we're talking about. That's amazing, Sean. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, but yeah, you can share your screen again.
Okay. So let me get back.
Do you have an air fryer? It's so random, but do you have an air fryer?
I do.
Dude,
Air,
air
air,
fryer. I
air
love.
fryer, air flyer.
Dude, air fryers. Dude, I'm in love. Like, it's my baby.
Yeah, I mean, as far as making quick food, I mean, it's way better than a microwave. That's for sure. So, all right, keeping it moving because I got a lot of slides, and Sean, I know you have other things to always add, but so yeah, this was just another example of just AJ, Pitt, AJ, Pitt, Super Bowl 59, Cooper DeJean, blah blah blah, Snake Pitt, right? It's right there. Here's where I'm going to shout out Rambo and shout out Cody. Cody emphasized today, and he said if this happens, Rambo should win something way better than an Oscar because acting is BS. But my point is, I know there's a lot here, but just to plug my Winnable page, anybody that's just interested in this kind of information when it comes to getting ahead of sports betting, sports games and stuff, this example couldn't be more perfect. I put out this game, that there wasn't a lot of value on this game because the Hurricanes were heavily favored to win anyways, but it is an advantage when you're able to know these kinds of things, right? So what I emphasized, I said we are 2 games away from the potential of seeing the Washington Capitals drop to 48-19 against the Blackhawks. That goes back to the Black Hawk helicopter that crashed into the American Eagle on January 29th of this year. But once again, this is a huge shout out to Rambo because after that, so you had that crash, then you had the Super Bowl, then you had this crash, which was the upside down plane crash, which took place on Michael Jordan's 62nd birthday. I've touched on my last video. I touched on a lot about, there's a whole story about the Bulls banners burning in the United Center back on March 8th. Adam the Illusion has done some great work on that. There's other folks that have been touching on that, but not necessarily in the way that I'm showing how much this ties in with the Cooper flag burning kind of stuff. But my point is that this to me was a no-brainer because the Hurricanes are a much better team per record and what they're showing you on the value. But now we are 1 game away to see if this 48-19 hits with the Capitals. And what's funny too, I'm no hockey nut, but the Blackhawks suck. They are not very good. But what are the odds, you guys, that the Capitals, right? I pointed out here they were 48-17. I highlighted 48-18. Sure enough, they lost tonight. This is the screenshot of the game. So they dropped to 48-18. You okay, Sean?
Yeah. I was just looking at something.
Are you agreeing with me? Oh
no, because I have a screen up there. I have a screen.
Oh, cool.
There, yeah.
Got it. Okay. But yeah, no, you guys get the point. This all goes back to Rambo. Rambo's the one that's been talking about this upside down plane crash and the hanged man symbolism. Bats hang upside down. Now we have the death of Val Kilmer, Batman Forever, who dies on April Fool's Day. The Joker, right? Once again, shout out to Cody. I was about to say Kobe.
Decoding with Kobe.
Decoding with Kobe. That's what Cody should change his name to. Decoding with Kobe. But anyways, yeah, I thought that was very interesting. This is my final little plug here. You guys, anybody that wants Rambo's work, anything that he does, it's $5 a month on Patreon. So Sean, if you could do just the community a favor, anybody who is thirsting for Rambo, if you could please just put in a link for his Patreon.
Yeah.
Because you guys, this is $5 a month. Okay. You're not going to find a better deal in produce. Going to the grocery store, eggs cost more than this per month, right? So please go give Rambo some love. He's not asking for much, and he truly is the greatest mind that I've come across. I think you would agree. I know Cody agrees. So just want to emphasize this, you guys. This is from yesterday. I'm a subscriber. Rambo posted this yesterday about the 48-19 with the Capitals, and sure enough, the Capitals lose again. They are now 1 game away. And then lastly, I'm so humbled and excited to just announce that Rambo and I have come to an agreement where he's willing to give an hour of his time every week on Tuesday nights, starting next Tuesday, which once again just shows how perfect our creator is. It'll be on April 8th. That'll be the first episode, if you will. I apologize in advance for any hiccups because I'm learning a lot. But what I'm trying to do is hopefully open up a window for people to pick Rambo's brain. But as we know, we could do live streams for days on end because there's always more. Here's the one caveat is that this will strictly be for 1 hour every week. So we will be,
I just want to say, Adam's here. Adam just said what's up.
Hey, Adam. Hey, man. I don't know if you just chimed in, but we were talking about you earlier and just about how beautifully connected we all are, man. And it started with you, meaning essentially I would have never come across Sean if it wasn't for you, because Sean found you, and then through you, he found me. And it's just amazing just how perfectly connected we all are. Adam, did you do that on purpose? You said, just tuned in, brothers. We are brothers. We're all family here, you know. But anyways, yeah, just to wrap this part up, I am now going to be hosting a 1 hour weekly live stream with Rambo. I'm looking to essentially build a call-in number. So anybody who wants to call in and talk to Rambo specifically, all I, asked of him is his time. He may or may not have a presentation or something, but there's always something to talk about. So I hope you guys tune in. Please like and subscribe on my new channel. It's going to be a lot of fun, you guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. I want Cody on as much as possible. I want you on as much as possible. I want Adam on as much as possible. Joey, etc. I mean, like, we're a family. We're all brothers here. And sisters. Shout out Coffee Girl, etc. There's plenty of females out there. Anything else you want to add before we kind of further dive in?
Not particularly. Yeah, I think we can keep going.
Okay, perfect. So I was just touching on the whole American Eagle plane crash with the Black Hawk helicopter, etc. I've also been on the whole Auburn flag kind of alignment when it comes to the March Madness basketball tournament. I will reiterate what Adam and Rambo are on as far as the whole Florida piece. Extremely possible, but Saturday will be the day to kind of see where they're going to go with this. But something I came across earlier today, Sean. So Auburn are the Tigers, right? Their head coach, his name is Bruce Pearl. And let's not forget, with all the Batman stuff, and Skull and Bones in particular, Auburn last year lost to Yale.
Mm-hmm.
Skull and Bones is home of, or Yale is home of Skull and Bones, represented by 322. As many people have pointed out, Batman, in the original Batman series, they point out in the 33rd episode, that Batman's great-great-grandfather founded Skull and Bones. And Cody's done great work. You've done great work pointing out, the Batman movie with the exploding football field, Bane, and they zoom in on that 322 suite number, right? My point is that Auburn lost last year on March 22nd, the date written 322, while Yale University was 322 years old. I'm not even going to get into the numbers, but the halftime score and the final score is screaming at you that was a Skull and Bones ritual. And what I've noticed in documenting all this is when there's a big upset in college basketball, that team the following year has a hell of a tournament. Examples being Virginia. Virginia was the first number 1 seed to ever lose to a 16 seed. Talk about extremely rare. But what happened with the University of Virginia right after they were shamed, if you will? They crashed and burned, if you will. They were reincarnated. They came back and won the whole tournament the next year, right? There's only one other college basketball team that has lost as a number 1 seed to a 16 seed, and that was Purdue. And you and I, we have everything on your other videos when we did the read-throughs, particularly that one about Matt on the moon, right? Purdue became the second team to ever lose as a 1 seed to a 16 seed. What happened to Purdue the following year? They ended up in the national championship game. They lost. But my point is that when you see a big upset of that team, look out for them the following year, because there's a theme there. So this is the latest example. Auburn. This is why I'm very confident in Auburn. Sean, I shared with you with your last video about, Obama and the rise and the return, and you pointed out about Jesus equaling 444 in Sumerian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Auburn, to get to the Final Four, 2 nights ago, they're arguably one of their best players, number 4, the death number, right? He had a gnarly leg injury. Sounds familiar. We talked about Rodgers, right? Rodgers of the American Eagles went down with a leg injury. Before that, it was Cooper Flagg went down with a leg injury. after Luka Doncic left Dallas, American Airlines, Kyrie goes down with a leg injury, right? So people are just dropping like flies right now in a way. But what I wanted to point out here, you guys, they are the Auburn Tigers, but before they were the Tigers, they were the War Eagle. Look at that. Right? So, anyways, keeping it moving, Sean, this is where I'm going to tie it right into you and me, like where you and I have been on this for a long time. And even then, we didn't even really know. Like, we were catching some things, but fast forward to today, this is a post that I did on my original Instagram page. I don't have access to it anymore. But this was around the time when I first moved to Austin, Texas. And if you guys don't know, Matthew McConaughey is Mr. Austin, Texas. Everyone loves this guy out here. And sure enough, I'm pretty sure he has ownership with the only professional sports team that Austin has, which is the Austin Football Club. I did this post back on, what was it? Yeah, August 27th, 2022. And the reason I did it was because I went to a Austin Football Club game. It was like a corporate work event that I was there for, but this was also after the Uvalde shooting. For those of you guys that don't know, Matthew McConaughey is from Uvalde. That's the reason why he stood up at the White House and showed the green Converse, right? And this whole post was pointing out that's so weird because the Austin Football Club is strictly green and black. And then you have the green Converse with the heart, right? You can see the heart on the toe. And that's where this post originated from. And then, but look at Sean. Sean, you were one of only a couple people that commented on this post. And you said Q, because this, by the way, the Austin Football Club plays at Q2 Stadium. And Sean pointed out in the comment, once again, this is almost 3 years ago. Sean said he did two comments. He said Q being the 17th letter, Q2 makes 172, right? And Uvalde shooting equals 172. And then you also commented fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. Wow. Well, that's funny because we've been talking about fire for a while now, burning themes. But the 172. The 172, Sean. That's Michael Jordan's birthday, dude. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Freaking amazing. We already talked about, you know, the whole flight 4819 on Michael Jordan's birthday, yada, yada. But this is just another example of like what you and I were onto years and years ago. And now it's tying back so perfectly with what's just been in the news this year. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I just add another slide, right? Just emphasizing the date with the numbers that you shared, the fire emojis that you shared. This is just another little visual to show you. Like, so McConaughey, not only does he have ownership in the team, I don't know if he does this every home game. I've only been to 1 or 2 games, but there is a ritual, if you will, where he comes out in green and black, and he does this whole drum ceremony as like the players are coming out and stuff. But once again, you guys, look. So as that's happening, as I was watching this, you remember we were just talking about Jean Von Claude or whatever with the iHeart Radio in the back. Look at this. As this was happening, they're just showing a pumping green heart as the players are coming out. And once again, green is the heart chakra. The way that we elevate truly in life is through love. Because earth is an anagram of heart. This is where we rest, the tree, right? And once again, Sean, please just chime in wherever you see fit.
Yeah, I can mention something real quick. And so I'm going to show you guys an example of like just how this stuff, like it's basically just like a synchronicity with what we just shared. Okay, so we've been talking about love, like that's the main part of our video today, and it has to do with like the kind of love that transcends, and like the love of Christ and Jesus. So we're talking about Jesus, and Jesus, his love, like the best example of that anyone would say is when he died on the cross at age 33 for our sins, right? Would you agree that that's like universally, like what a lot of people would say, like is like the greatest sign of love, like that
yeah, sacrifice.
So if you go from that post, which was August 17th, 2022 to today, which we had no idea.
Sorry, hold on real quick. It was August 27th. I don't know if you misspoke, but it was the 27th, not the 17th.
We go back to it?
Yeah, here I can.
When I commented, I could have sworn it was a 17th.
Okay. Sorry. So to clarify, Sean, sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off. The date of this post was August 27th. But what I was emphasizing here is that you were mentioning 172, how Q2 Stadium 172, which just so happens to be Michael Jordan's birthday.
Oh, okay, I see.
Makes sense?
Yeah, okay.
So August 27th versus February 17th.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I apologize. I didn't mean
no, you
interrupt,
no. Thanks for doing that, because no, you're right. I was looking at the wrong thing. You know what?
I know you're gonna have more, Sean. Like this is why I love doing these lives with you, because like that's like your thing, man. You're able to tie it into like all of us. Or yeah. we are all a part of this story, you guys.
But yeah, you should. How about you continue with what you were saying? So just keep going just keep going.
Okay. So we've touched a lot on love and green, the heart chakra. There's a reason why McConaughey, he all about the heart, the green Converse, blah blah blah. I did emphasize earlier, just look at the words heart and earth. They're the same letters. That's what we call an anagram. The heart is the middle chakra. The rise and the fall, right? I'm no expert on this at all. But what I'm learning is that with the heart, you rise and fall. Just think about frequency. Think about when, you're in a time of despair and sin and all that stuff. You're down here, you're in the root. There's a reason why heel and hell are practically the same words. There's a reason why head and heaven are so close to each other. You know what I mean? So head, heaven, heel, hell, heart, earth. Matthew McConaughey, right? And we're going to dive more into that. Not even to try to plug myself, but Sean, that this goes back to what you and I reviewed in that live stream about tennis and love. And Donut did a live recently about the whole 28 days left during this tennis match, you know? And I'm just going to read this little blurb. This is from my book, Matt on the Moon. I said, keeping in mind that Matthew Perry died on Joaquin Phoenix's birthday in 2023, October 28th, the date written 10/28, it reminds of a French woman by the name of Elise tied herself to a tennis net on March 28th, 2022. So this actually was about, 6 months before that post I did on Instagram. It was during the French Open, and it was a semifinal between Casper Ruud and Martin Cilic, wearing a white shirt that read, "We have 1,028 days left." Don't forget that she tied herself to a net, symbolic of a net to catch fish. Okay. And this is just one other screenshot where I emphasized the love piece. Tennis and love. I mean, for those of you guys that don't know, when they tell you the score is 4 to love, it just means 0. It just means 0. But it's an actual, it's actual verbiage in the game of tennis. And then this is the other screenshot from that book that we read through. I brought up Elise because this was right before Super Bowl 58 in the 104th NFL season. And I said right here, I said it in this book and I forgot about it. I said, as we'll get to later, this is a love story. And I emphasized the green piece with the heart chakra. You know? Why is the tennis ball green? You know? Why isn't it blue? I don't know. So keeping in mind about in tennis, love means 0, right? Love means 0 in tennis. Well, just last year I found it. Look at this. Matthew McConaughey explains how tennis became his favorite sport. Interesting. Okay. Love, tennis, green, got it. But this ties back to Rambo, you guys. He really, so I did turn him on to this ceremony about Terrence Shannon Jr., who plays for the University of Illinois. He doesn't anymore. But this year, as the Chicago Bulls banners are burning in the United Center, where Michael Jordan is forever loved, now you have this. Rambo did a phenomenal video about this. I'm not going to get too much into it other than just show you, look, they did a revealing of his, retired jersey in Illinois, home of Chicago. He just so happens to wear the number 0, and they just so happen to drop it upside down. I mean, come on, guys. Like, we all have our own jobs. We all have our own responsibilities. You know what I mean? It's so right there. Just think about that. Love, 0. Rambo talks about how 0 is the only number that you flip it either way. It's the same. It's the exact same, right? So when you think about heart, the love, upside down, etc. We're going to get to that soon. But I have one more slide I want to share before I can take a quick bathroom break. There's just another example, you guys. I'm going back to like shows. I didn't watch this show growing up, but it was a very popular show. My wife loves this show, and I love spending time with my wife, and we've watched this show. And it's all coming back to me. I'm like, oh my God, that like they are just screaming it in our face that love is the answer. So my point is, One Tree Hill. You guys may or may not be familiar with this show, but it's a very popular show back in its day. It takes place in North Carolina. That's where Michael Jordan went to college, right? That's where he grew up. My latest videos was talking about Caleb Love, who transferred from North Carolina. And then he ended up playing for Arizona, right? So I'm not going to rehash all that, but Love in North Carolina and Michael Jordan and basketball. Okay? For those of you that don't know, One Tree Hill follows the intertwined lives of half brothers, Lucas and Nathan Scott. Makes me think of what you were pointing out to me, Sean, with the Francis Scott Key Bridge and all that. Mm-hmm. And they're friends in the fictional North Carolina town of Tree Hill. Tree Hill. One Tree Hill. Love, brothers. This is a brotherly love story right here. And it's called One Tree Hill. We already talked about the tree stuff, Earth, the heart chakra, Austin UFC. Just, this took me 30 seconds to like as soon as I was going through what I'm going through, I was like, oh my God, One Tree Hill, it's perfect. It's perfect. Once again, no gematria, So yeah, like I said, I do need to take a quick bathroom break. Give me like 2 minutes.
No problem.
And we can keep going.
I'll share my screen for
Yeah. Let me stop share. Cool. Okay. I'll be right back, you guys.
Okay. So yeah, what I wanted to do, since we're talking about love, I just wanted to just go through love in the context of the Bible. I love this is one of my favorite things to do, because like Open Bible is so sick. If there's any topic you want to know about, and you just put it in the search bar, and it's just a really cool way to learn more about the Bible. But yeah, we just one by one. 1 Corinthians 13, 4-8. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, and endures all things. So there's something I like to look at stuff like this, and I like to ponder on it, because like this is something I've really wondered. This part right here, like where it says believes all things, right? Like love, when it's defining love, and it says love believes all things. So that's really interesting, because what do you think that could possibly mean? Because we're kind of conditioned to not do that, especially with what we see coming out of the TV and from the government and all that stuff. So how do you reconcile that? You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. I love to find those kind of things that kind of like that challenge me like that, because I was like, when I started in this journey, I was like, that was my goal. I was like, I thought I was just supposed to just not believe anything, and then you read that the Bible says that love believes all things. So it's like, what, what exactly does that mean? And there's a bunch of things that I know. I humble myself because I know that I don't know the answer to, but I want to know the answer to. So love never ends.
Sean, you do know the answer. The answer is love, bro. That's why the answer, Allen Iverson played for the city of brotherly love. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
That is the answer.
Did you see the part? Did you see specifically what I was talking about where it says that?
I apologize. I just got back from my bathroom break.
So yeah, I was saying that there's like parts of the Bible that are like conundrums to me, because because it says like that love believes all things, and it's like that's kind of like
love bears all things.
Well, no, it says love bears all things, believes all things.
Oh God. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Hopes all things, endures all things. So that it's just like those are the kind of things I just like. I like to look for, and I like to ponder on, because I know like I know I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I don't know, and I used to think I knew. So I used to think I knew everything, but like,
But that's when you finally humbled yourself as a child.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I'll give it back to you. So share your screen again.
Yeah, no, that was amazing, Sean. I was listening, down the hall as I was doing my thing, and I haven't even taken the time to dive into that very profound Bible verse. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, that's why I like to go on Open Bible, and then like just for any topic, you can just type. Even if you were to type in, I can't even think of one off the top of my head. Like I don't know, like any word you could think of, and then and then it just shows you all the verses that discuss that topic. And
so you can search by topic essentially, and you'll be able to pull. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I did request back to share my screen, so I think I need your go ahead. Yeah, so I already touched on this. One Tree Hill basketball brotherly love story. That's all you need to know. And it's called One Tree Hill. There's a reason why the Austin Football Club has the green colors with the tree. The tree is literally the logo. And don't forget Matthew McConaughey. Apparently, tennis is his favorite sport, where love equals 0. Anyways, believe it or not, we still got a ways to go. But here's just another example. And Sean, you and I talked about this the other day. There's a movie called Airborne. This was around the time that Brink, the big famous, one of the most famous Disney Channel original movies back in the day when we were kids, was Brink. And there was this movie that came out as well, but it wasn't, I don't think it was aligned with Disney. Doesn't really matter. But once again, Matthew 18:3, truly I tell you, he said, unless you turn and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. With everything we've been talking about, air, love is in the air. Don't forget, Tiger Woods said love is in the air in response to his relationship with Donald Trump. Born on Flag Day, flags fly, eagles fly, right? All that stuff. I just pulled up the movie poster and I just looked at like what's being shown. If the image alone doesn't explain it, I mean, this is a love story, obviously. And then I started reading the little mini text in this one right here over their heads. It says, man wasn't meant to fly. Kids were. Man, the way I'm interpreting this is adults who think they got it all figured out, you know, and just shy away from anything that makes them uncomfortable. They don't lean into truth. They got it all figured out. Well, guess what? Man was not meant to fly, because I think as you get older, most people, at least in my life, they think that like they got it all figured out. Really quick, I just want to address Zenith's comment. She said, Zenith. Zenith is female.
He's a guy.
A guy. Okay, sorry. There's a couple people out there where I don't know. I just want to be respectful. Does One Tree Hill have any connections with 13? I just picture how some people pronounce 3 as tree. Ooh, whew. Like One Tree Hill. I mean, for me, the 13 screams at me just in the sense of there being 13 stripes on the flag, 13 original colonies, Philadelphia. It just all goes back to love. So that's all I can really add to that about the 13, just right up front. So anyways, yeah, you guys, this movie Airborne, I don't even know how I came across it. Most people I've talked to growing up, they don't even know about this, but just look at it. Airborne. Airborne, and they born. Think about that. Born, meaning when you're born, you are like a child. The moment you enter this world, you are a clean slate. It goes back to my last video about Chris Rock's whole bit, where he talks about how you have to teach a child to hate. All children enter this world pure. You know what I mean? And then right here, it's, you know, it's small. It's even kind of faded out. That I think it's funny that man. Look at that, Sean. Look at that. The word man is like half blurred out in the clouds.
Oh wow. Oh dang, that's deep. I would not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so it took me a minute. I was like, what is it saying? And I go, oh my God, it's man. Man was not meant to fly. Kids were. Okay? So we're going to keep it moving unless you got anything else.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not super profound, but like, yeah, it makes you think also when you're a kid. I know it's like scientifically proven that like that's where you can learn. That's how, like, when you're a kid is when you can learn the most. I guess you like how your brain's conditioned.
You're a sponge, right? You're a sponge.
Yeah. And
that's the time where it's like, you know, when things happen as a child, when you are a sponge like that, truly intellectually, it will shape you as a person, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, that's pretty much all I want to say.
Yeah, so staying on the theme of this movie for a quick second, what if I showed you, because I wouldn't expect anybody to know about this movie, let alone know about this scene right here. This scene, let me start here. Let me just tell you quickly what the story of this movie is. Obviously, it's a love story, but it is about California-born and raised surfer. I was California-born and raised. I was never a surfer. Of course, his name is Mitchell Goosen. Goosen, and you and I are using StreamYard right now with the duck logo. But it's about this kid, Mitchell Goosen, who is, you know, the classic Huntington Beach, like duck hunt. I just thought of that. But He's from Huntington Beach. He's a rollerblader and a surfer and carefree and all that stuff. And then what they say here is he has to spend 6 months in Ohio. Sean, you and I talked about this late last night, but there's a song called "Ohio is for Lovers" by Hawthorne Heights, elevating Ohio. So he happens to get shipped off to Ohio, and while learning the hard way, love is where the heart is. This is on IMDb, you guys. You can look it up. I have a little blurb here about the upside down heart because there's a scene in this movie where he's rollerblading throughout this planetarium, or what would you call this? A greenhouse.
Yeah.
So he rollerblades throughout the greenhouse. He gets kicked out. He gets kicked out of the greenhouse, and Nikki, this girl here, ends up leaving, and then he stands there and he looks and he realizes that the whole greenhouse is in the shape of an upside down heart. What are the freaking odds of that, Sean? Because the upside down heart, while seemingly simple, can represent a few things depending on the context. It can symbolize a relationship that is upside down. Kind of going back to today is Reconciliation Day. So once again, anybody who can hear the message, just do what you can to hopefully repair or reconcile with even just one person. But it's also a spiritual connection, or even to be used to represent something that is open to love or not in a relationship. And the last thing I want to emphasize in this piece really is that the reason why Mitchell Goosen got shipped off to Ohio is because his parents decided to do a half-year trip to none other than Australia, the land down under. The land down under. This goes back to Rambo once again. My life got turned upside down because in West Philadelphia, city of brotherly love, born and raised, right? He's from California, born and raised. Upside down love. The last thing I'll say about this, why Rambo still ties in, is he pointed out the day that the upside down plane crash happened, right? Mm-hmm. On Michael Jordan's birthday, it was in front of Air Canada, right? I touched on that too. Air Jordan, Vince Carter, blah, blah, blah. But Rambo emphasized that Drake, right? He was the one that was burned during the halftime show. Drake, Mr. Toronto, Air Canada, this happened in front of Air Canada, like that's where they're showing you those images. Drake just so happened to be in Australia, the land down under. Right? So when Mitchell Goosen's parents go to Australia for 6 months, don't forget that Toronto is called the Six, right? Toronto is the Six. Yeah, I just want to emphasize that. And I don't know exactly, I've been trying to find exactly any other validation on this, but I started thinking about the upside down heart, and I thought that this was just very profound. I just have no other leg to stand on. It says, The heart's upside down, revealing this dream. A heart is love's symbol, and also its crown.
Oh wow.
And shows us deep meaning when turned upside down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So once again, we're living in a love story, you guys.
And real quick, I just wanted to say hi to everybody who's in here because I know right now we have about 15 people, which is pretty cool. Like, especially at this time, and we kind of planned this last minute, so it's just cool that we have a good group of people kicking it with us right now. So I just want to say hi to everybody real quick.
Yeah,
And
how many people we got in right now?
17.
Nice, love it. The 59, the 17th prime. I love
Right.
that. Super Bowl.
You know, Ohio's the 17th state too.
Oh my God. Super Bowl 59, Ohio, the 17th state. Ohio is for lovers. Hawthorne Heights, you guys, come on. They're screaming at you.
And when you're talking about the six, were you talking about that in terms of the six being like upside down as well, like upside down 9?
You know, I hadn't thought about that, but you know what? Oh my God. The fact that you just threw that out there, there's another line in Not Like Us. Not Like Us. Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us. That was the song that he performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. And to be honest, it's sick kind of how beautifully terrifying all this is, because all of the beef, and we're going to get into that, with Kendrick Lamar and Drake was calling out Drake for pedophilia accusations. But there's a line in that movie, or sorry, in that song, where he says, "Hey Drake, 69 God, 69 God, 69 God." So because Drake, I think, calls himself the 69 God. So I wanted to add that with, I think where you're going with this about, we talked about the 0 is the exact same, you know, upside down or right side up. But then, yeah, I just wanted to get ahead of that and just say 69 God. You mentioned the 6 upside down, it's a 9. You put the 2 together, there's a sexual, you know, connotation with 69. But well, it's the yin and yang. Once again, it's the fish, it's the Pisces.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and I've also thought about how the 6, like the 6 represents, like, you know how the 6 represents man, like the 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons, right?
God created the world in 6 days and rested on the 7th.
Right. So I see the 6 representing like the fall of man, like falling into sin, like spiraling down, because it's like it's spiraling down.
Yeah, a 6 and a 9, right? If you just spin it, it's
yeah, and then the 9 would be like the opposite, which would be the rise. You know, it's like when you look at a 9, it's like
9. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but 9 is the number of completion.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And that coincides with what I was bringing up too, because like 9, it's like you go from 6 to 9 because you fall, and you have to fall to get back up, right?
Yeah. You know what you and I have even talked about on a prior live stream was the whole idea of, just think about 9/11, once again, plane crashes. You know, I was in a fraternity at Arizona, and hazing is 100% a thing, where it's all about breaking you down to build you up and build up a brotherhood, right? Mm-hmm. And just think about 9/11. You know, the towers came down, and then 2 became 1, all that stuff. There's no, you know, greater rising. Like, you can't elevate without falling and kind of losing everything.
Yeah, and so even when you think about it in terms of like like where we stand right now, like we're so we are, and I think that like that's what the Bible really means when it talks about like we men are we're fallen, like we're in our worst, like we're at the fallen state right now, and we're trying to learn how to rise, so like that's where we're at right now, like we're that's why we're like we all are we also come to temptation, and like and maybe maybe there is going to be like this time where like maybe the fulfilling of prophecy really is going to be like we are going to be so free from all that, from temptation and just like meaningless desires and all that. Like I don't know how that's going to manifest, but if that's where things are leading towards that, then um that's awesome. But yeah, I mean, I see it as just like because and then when you think about the number of a man, the number of the beast 666, the number of a man, and I think that's really referring to like this whole thing with the six representing the spiraling downwards, the fall, and we
And God is love, right? God is love, the heart chakra, etc. Now we're talking about the upside down
right,
connection with love, the yin and the yang, the 6 and the 9. I'm a 69 God. I'm a 69 God. Like that's part of the song. So thank you for pointing that out. Because yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know as much about the number 6 as I do about the number 9, but I know that the number 9 is completion. And what we're all living through, there are polar opposite sides of this spectrum, if you will, about what we're living through. But I truly feel in my heart what I am living through is that we are all living through a love story. But every story is a little different, right? How many love stories can you pull up on Netflix and whatever, right? They're not all the same.
right,
But it is the same story at the end of the day. So, shall we continue?
yeah, just do it.
So, we're going to stay on the theme of be as a child, right? Like I said earlier, the reason I'm wearing this Austin hat, which is dope, is Mr. Matthew McConaughey with everything we've been talking about. His breakout movie was a movie called Dazed and Confused. And he played the character of the guy who he's kind of like Peter Pan, bro. Like he never grew up. And he would always just hang out with all of the current high schoolers, right? So imagine like you might have somebody you can think of in your life where it was like, oh, didn't you graduate 3 years ago, but you're still hanging out with us? That was his character. I don't think it's a coincidence. Once again, I'm gonna beat a dead horse with this. Matthew 18:3. Matthew McConaughey. Truly I tell you, he said, unless you turn and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Not only was this his breakout film, but one of oh shoot. Sorry, I think I accidentally
Scared me.
turned off the screen share. Let me turn it back on.
And I'll add you.
Yeah. So one of his most famous lines is he says, that's what I love about these high school girls, man. I get older, they stay the same age, right? And like that was a big mic drop for him kind of in this movie. Well, that's funny because when we talked about this back to the Super Bowl. Say, Drake, I hear you like I'm young. Right? Going back to all the PETA stuff. And as we keep moving forward, once again, I hear you like I'm young. They keep emphasizing like children, being young, love, be as a child. Just think about, when it comes to burgers, we're going to now transition a little bit into the whole burger theme, right? Because that's another thing that you and I have talked about many, many times. But now it's making a lot of sense why burger is tying in with all of this stuff. Just think about kids' meals, you guys. Kids' meals. If someone were to ask you, hey, what's in a kid's meal? I think most people would say a burger and fries and a Coke or milk or something. So think about kids' meals. I say that because also in this movie, I'm not going to rehash the whole premise of the movie, but the local meetup spot is at a burger joint. And this is an actual place, you guys. It's in Austin. I haven't gone there yet, but I'll tell you right now, I plan on going there just to walk around and see it. But fun fact, I don't think I mentioned this entire movie was filmed in Austin, Texas. So he is Mr. Austin, but he's from Uvalde. This is his breakout movie, and now we have the burger theme we're going to dive into here. So Top Notch Hamburgers is the go-to place. Don't forget about, kids meal, happy meal, kids, right? Kind of thing. But yeah, I have to emphasize this. So I found this. Matthew McConaughey is a longtime fan of the Washington Commanders. Are you serious? The Washington Commanders were the team that the Philadelphia Eagles, fly Eagles fly, beat to keep the Commanders on 666 all-time wins and then enter the game with another 666 alignment. But it was like, okay, why is he a Commanders fan? The reason he's a Commanders fan, you guys, so they tell us, due to a childhood connection to the team's linebacker named Chris Hamburger, whose name reminded him of his favorite food, hamburgers. So I'll pause there. He first gained notice for his supporting performance in the upcoming upcoming coming of age comedy, Dazed and Confused, which was supposed to be his breakout, right? So in his breakout film, he talks about how he loves how he gets older, but they stay the same age, and he's driving around through, a hamburger joint. This is just a couple images to show you McConaughey putting himself out there as far as like him being a Redskins fan because of this whole hamburger connection. Washington, right? The Washington Commanders. Washington, home of Donald Trump, Mr. McDonald's, and we'll get into that later. But here's one thing, Sean, I wanted to, this is an ad lib here, kind of, but just a side note, right? I live in Austin, where apparently Matthew McConaughey lives, but I always thought it was so weird that the hand sign of Texas, the Texas Longhorns in Austin, Texas, where Matthew McConaughey went, look at the actual logo, right? The horn. The phrase is "hook 'em horns," right? Why is it not this? This to me is the hook 'em horn, right? When you look at the actual Longhorn, hook 'em horns, but no, everybody in the whole stadium does this. Rock on, and I don't know. Why isn't it this? Why isn't everyone doing this? To me, it's like this fits way better when it comes to the actual logo, but I'm not going to go any deeper than that. I just thought that was interesting. But yeah, anything you want to add? I mean, I thought it was kind of interesting. Our Redskins next to 10, Griffin. This is a former NFL athlete, but anyways, anything else before I keep going?
Yeah, you can keep going.
Okay. So once again, you guys are going to just see a running theme here. Hamburgers. McConaughey is a Commanders fan because of Chris Hamburger. Apparently, Matthew McConaughey loves his hamburgers. So does Donald Trump. The Golden Arches, McDonald's. I'm loving it, right? It goes back to God is love, you guys. God is love. This is the Washington Commanders logo. The W, Washington, D.C., Donald Trump. You flip it upside down. When you flip it upside down, it's pretty much another version of McDonald's. It's red and yellow. I'm loving it. You know what I mean?
I sure do.
So here's where it's going to get really good. This was probably one of my favorite parts of this research to share with you guys. So once again, Matthew McConaughey is a Commanders fan because of someone by the name of Chris Hamburger. Chris Christ. I talked about, my whole other video was about Chris Rock. And everybody hates Chris, right? Now we have Chris Hamburger. The reason why Matthew McConaughey, Mr. Burger, is a Commanders fan. Go look this up, you guys. There's a whole thing called carpool karaoke. And this is one of those examples of a very, this was a long time ago, 6 years ago. But look at this. Carpool karaoke with Snoop Dogg. This starts going into the Dog Star stuff, but Snoop Dogg and Matthew McConaughey. And, they're bopping around singing along on songs and all that stuff. And they decide to go to not McDonald's, but Carl's Jr. Before we dive deeper in that, Sean, this is a shout out to what we've done. A big part of Matt on the Moon, man, was about the burger theme. Christian McCaffrey, right? Chris Christ. This Perry, Iowa shooting that took place in Iowa, and Purdy went to Perry, all that stuff. But the burger theme in that shooting before last year's Super Bowl, you have the high school principal, Dan Marburger, involved in the story. And then you also have Ryan Berger, a computer teacher at the high school, who apparently was ushering students out during this shooting. So my point is that there's a reason why in this story, in this, what do they call it again? Carpool karaoke. There's a reason why they went to Carl's Jr. Carl's Jr. So you'll notice here the star, the dog star. You got Snoop Dogg showered in stars. I mean, dude, what? Talk about screaming at you. And then you got the whole Matthew McConaughey thing with the burgers. Notice when he grabs the bag, it just perfectly stands where it just shows burger in bold letters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's that. Sean, if you wouldn't mind maybe taking a moment to elaborate a little further on just Sirius and the Dog Star, because I will be the first to admit that my astrology knowledge is awful. And you, Cody, Rambo, especially, I mean, you guys are really way more on top of it than I am. And I just wanted to pick your brain on that. Like, how is this a coincidence? Snoop Dogg. Snoopy is a dog, and then you have Snoop Dogg wearing essentially a jumpsuit of stars as they're going to Carl's Jr., which the logo is the star, right? And Matthew McConaughey, Mr. Hamburger, right? Right? Like, I wanted to pause there for a second because I really wanted your 2 cents on like this whole Sirius the Dog Star thing, because it goes back to me, because my dog's name is Cooper. Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no, the dog stuff is crazy, especially some of the stuff that you shared with me, just even like the personal connection stuff. Like, that's something that I need to start looking more into as well, because like I think looking at, like, it sounds so cheesy, but when you're telling me all those coincidences with your dogs, or like people who you knew,
My dog, my wife, my brother, you know,
no, it just made me realize, I was like, dogs are in play. Like, they're in play. Like, it's like they're part of, like, you know, we're all into the synchronicities and stuff, and like the dogs are, they're in on it too. Like, it's like, it's crazy.
yeah.
But there's something I wanted to share about Sirius with. Oh, okay. Let me share my screen real quick.
Yeah. Do I have to stop, or can you just take it back?
Or actually, Hunt, elaborate a little bit more, because I'm just setting up real quick. So talk about something again real quick.
Well, really just the whole star theme and burger and kids being as a child, right?
Yeah.
Think about, you know, Jesus and Lucifer in the Bible are both called the morning star. They're both referred to as stars. It goes back to the whole yin and yang thing we've talked about. It goes back to the 69 God, right? Like the Pisces, the fish, the miracle catch of 153 fish. I was born on 15/3, March 15th, which just so happens to be the stabbing of Caesar. That's weird. That's weird, because the Super Bowl, the pick six with Cooper DeJean, took place in Caesar's Superdome, bro. Like, named after Julius Caesar, my birthday, the day he died. You know, and now my dog, Cooper DeJean. Like, dude, it's mind-blowing what I'm going through. And I'm not trying to make this about me. I'm trying to tell you guys, every single one of us have these things right in front of your face if you take the time to know.
Yeah. So do you remember when Snoop, when he passed the torch at the Olympics?
No.
Yeah. So this past Olympics, he
So he passes the flame. Okay.
So something that I was thinking about, from my perspective, because I wasn't the only one who like thought of the serious aspect,
Yeah.
but I was thinking like, okay, well, that's like, so you take him because he's known for smoking weed and like pass the torch, man. You know what I mean? Like when
Well, well, what's another phrase for smoking weed? Hey, you want to cheat some green, right?
Exactly.
Weed and green, right?
Yeah. So I was thinking about like when that happened when he was chosen to pass the torch of everybody in the world. I was like thinking about like him. Like I was thinking about the dog aspect because Snoop Dogg, and then so I just kind of wrote this Sirius the Dog Star because that's how you write Snoop Dogg with 2 G's.
Just like Cooper Flag,
Yeah.
spelled with 2 G's.
Yeah, and so Sirius in Greek equals 595, and weed equals 595. So in squares. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and also Sirius the Dog Star equals 420. Like 420 is that. So I was like,
420, that's the smoke weed day.
Yeah, so I was like, there's definitely something to that with like the whole thing with him and like being known for smoking weed and then the dog aspect. So I just thought that was pretty interesting because people were making that series the Dog Star connection already just because anytime there's like someone that's connected to a dog, people will make that connection. But then I just wanted to like kind of like take it a little step further, and then I knew that Sirius equaled 595 in Greek, and then when I thought that weed equaled 595, I was like, okay, so I'm starting to see something there. And it was perfect too because right now we're talking about with everything we're talking about like Sirius, and we're talking about green, and we're talking about like the aspect of Christ and Jesus in 33, and the Olympics where he passed the torch were the 33rd. It was the 33rd Olympics, right? The past one where it was the 33rd Olympics.
I can't confirm that for you. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I think it was the 33rd Olympics. Oops. Yeah, the ones that
John, since you have your screen open, would you mind going to Google real quick and just type in, did Batman ever have a dog?
Yes, in some iterations of Batman's story, he has a dog named
Ace.
The Bat Hound.
Joker, Ace, cards, trump card.
Right.
Dude. I don't have anything for you, but as you were talking about this and Sirius the Dog Star, why so serious? The Joker, why so serious? Now we have Val Kilmer dying on April Fool's Day. Now with us talking about Sirius the Dog Star.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
hey, yeah. Batman did have a dog, and his name is Ace. What is an ace? Dude, well, just pull up the Ace image. Just Ace
card
logo. I don't know. Ace. Yeah. It's a heart. See what I'm saying? That just hit my brain. Like now that we're talking.
Well, the ace is the A, right? Because this is the spade. So it's the ace of spades. So I think that
sure. But yeah, no, it just goes back to how there's a heart and there's a spade.
Right.
The spade is the upside down heart.
Right.
The heart is the heart, and then you have the upside down heart.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, so future
and Batman's dog's name is Ace. See what I'm saying? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I just wanted. Yeah, it's cool. I forgot that we can put the comments up, but this is pretty dope. Snoop was born in a dragon year, like how the dragons breathe fire, and Sirius is known for fire as well. So that's cool too, and especially with the whole thing with passing of the torch. So yeah, I think that's a sick addition. But
Yeah.
also one thing too. So you're saying like Sirius. I'll make this fast, and then we can move on. So you were saying that Sirius, like why so serious in the Joker. So one little technical thing is that Sirius, because it's a fixed star. So all the stars they have a like a ecliptic location, right? So like like some like degrees. So Sirius is fixed at the 104th degree of the ecliptic, so 104. So that's why both Joker movies, or yeah, the first Joker one release, it came out on October 4th. The first one and the second one both came out on October 4th. That's why.
Sean, if I can add one other thing, this goes right back to what I proved about what we talked about with Alizé. Alizé equals 104.
Right. Yeah.
And Alizé strapped herself to the tennis net. Tennis, love.
Right.
Love, the heart, and the spade. Right? The up, like just in the deck of cards, it shows you right there the upside down love. This is a love story. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm reaching. Just pull up the the cards in the deck. Val Kilmer dying on April Fool's Day. The Joker.
Yeah.
Just once again, go back to here. I'll just.
Well, I guess this is a good time to bring this up. I wanted to mention.
Here. Like we've been talking about this shit for a long time now.
Yeah, I guess this is a good time to bring this up because I wanted. So you're talking about tennis and the score love is 0-0.
Yeah.
And we're talking about like, innocence and just like being a child, like to enter the kingdom of heaven, and which is essentially which is that's what the full tarot card is about. It's about new beginnings, embracing the unknown, becoming a child, right? And it even says here, so as such, most like I'm not saying I'm in the tarot, so hopefully people think that, but there's still some very symbolic things that overlap. That's what I see. So
just because you look into tarot, Sean, doesn't mean that you're into tarot. That there's a big difference with that. Just because you learn about it doesn't mean you're about it and practice it and all that stuff. And that's what I've experienced in my own life.
Yeah, I just know like the Fool is associated with the number 0, and I think that's what's perfect is about that, the whole thing with love and tennis, and that's the score is 0-0. So it's like stuff like that. I try to find the overlaps with like
I got another one for you, Sean.
What's up?
When we talk about reincarnation,
yeah,
look at the very last sentence of what you're showing right now. It says, but in his book discusses the Fool between judgment, number 20, the world, number 21, right? We were talking about the rise and the fall, the reincarnation, how the world trade centers came down from 2 and became 1. Right there. Boom. The world, number 21.
Right.
Right. So that's just off the cuff, but that's amazing, man. Seriously, that this whole Fool connection, we're going to touch on that just to further show how far along we've been on this journey, and unintentionally. I think that's what's so amazing. Like for us to just intentionally slow drip this stuff to where we are orchestrating this. You know what? You guys are giving us way too much credit if you guys are thinking that. So yeah, let me get back. I'll share my screen.
Yeah, a lot of people did. Obviously, I haven't even seen the movie, but I heard it just has horrible reviews. the second Joker movie. But
yeah, I haven't even taken the time to watch it yet. But so once again, to recap, you guys, we were just touching on Snoop Dogg in a drive-through going to Carl's Jr. with Matthew McConaughey, who is a Commanders fan, Washington, D.C., Donald Trump, McDonald, right? And he's a Commanders fan because of Chris Hanburger, blah, blah, blah. But come on, you guys, look at this. He rides with Matthew McConaughey, and he's just showered in stars. And then now he's going to a drive-through with a burger joint that's a star. Right? So
yeah, I want to show something real quick because this actually it just
sure.
yeah. So this fits in perfectly to what we were just talking about. So this is from Zenith's comment is up there. This is regarding that. This is the World Tarot card, the 21st of the major arcana, signifies completion, fulfillment, new beginnings. So the full cycle.
Wow. Yeah, fulfillment, new beginnings. I'm going through my own new beginnings. So are you, Sean, right? You're taking on a new job.
Yeah.
Right? Dude, the book of Job, spelled like job. That whole story is about the rise and the fall. It's all about Job losing everything. But God protects him. God lets Satan do. He says, do what you will, but you cannot touch him. Do whatever you want, but you can't touch him. Because it's about you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Take everything away. It doesn't matter because I created him, and if he is loyal to me, if he loves me and trusts me and my plan, right? You know what I mean? I'm not trying to come off like a Bible thumper. It's just like they are screaming it at us, you guys. They're screaming it at us about what is this place, right? That's the other thing that Rambo likes to say, and I love it. Because I ask myself to this day, every time you wake up and open your eyes, you're like, what am I in? Like, what is this? Well, you were born from your, mother and father. Okay, but that doesn't really answer like what this place is. And when you take the time to know, you'll be blown away,
Yeah, it's interesting because so like there's the Hangman also has similar characteristics too, because you'll see here surrender, new perspective, gaining new perspective, letting go of old patterns and embracing new ones. So yeah, there's similarities to that. Very, very interesting. That's what's kind of interesting about like the tarot cards. It's almost like it might be because I really don't know a lot about them, which might be like
I don't either.
But I feel like sometimes I'm reading the same description, just wrapped in a different way. But
when it comes to tarot, my 2 cents on that, bro, is as soon as anyone hears tarot, it's like, oh my God, stay away. But once again, there's a difference between practicing tarot, witchcraft, whatever, versus just learning about it. Mm-hmm. There's a huge difference, but most people immediately, it's like if you're going to share something about tarot, they're going to assume that you're like all about tarot.
Yeah, and it kind of like the stuff that Rambo shows, especially with like the upside down plane crash and stuff, and how the Hangman archetype is being utilized like in sports. It shows that if you just refuse to look at it at all, then you're gonna be like
you're putting your head in the sand.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's how they've conditioned the world.
Right.
I mean, let alone tarot. I mean, I've had conversations with people I was very close with who I've lost along the way because I can't tell you how many times my own father told me he's worried about my soul. As I'm seeing
Hey, look who's
what
here.
I'm seeing. Hey, Cody. Hey, man. We were talking about you earlier. I got another plug for you in a minute. You did a phenomenal job today on that live stream. I had a really good time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking.
Yeah. No, I touched on that too, Cody. It's happening, bro. It's happening.
We gave you a shout out and everything.
Yeah. Really appreciate you, Cody, honestly. Once again, we are all living in a love story. And it's no coincidence in my life that my dog, Sirius the dog star, Cooper DeJean, he came from a litter of two. And that other dog's name is Cody. So, much love, Cody. Appreciate you chiming in. Please add any other additions because we still got more to share.
Oh, okay. I see what Zenith is talking about. So let me share this one again. So it's like it's basically the hangman, but the right side up because he's crossing his legs like.
Oh yeah, the cross legs. Oh my god, man! Holy smokes!
Dang, that's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this goes back to Patrick Mahomes. Rambo. Once again, I can't keep his name out of my mouth. He was pointing out Patrick Mahomes. Can you just search that really quick, Sean?
Oh.
Patrick Mahomes laying down Super Bowl. And let's just see what happens there because Rambo has touched on this a million times.
Yeah, so
yeah, there you go, right there.
If you were to,
yeah, I mean there's a better image than that, but the point, this is the point. Like, there's a reason why he laid like that. Don't forget. Just fun fact, Gematria Connection 47 is the 15th prime number. Donald Trump returns number 47. Right? He is now coming back as the commander-in-chiefs. Commanders, right? Everything we've talked about already with Matthew McConaughey, and there is more to come. But yeah.
I forget if you were going to talk about it sooner if you already did, but like the McDonald's colors with the
I mean, I could pull up there after me. It touches a lot on this whole McDonald's burger stuff with the love theme.
That's a pretty good picture.
Which we're going to get more into right now.
Okay, yeah, let me give it back to you. All right, share your screen.
Yep. I just requested. So don't need to rehash it. There's a reason why Snoop is a dog, goes to Carl's Jr. with Matthew McConaughey, who just so happens to be a Commanders fan because of a guy named Chris Christ. My last video touched on that. Hamburger, right? So that's where we left off. But what are the odds? And when we're going to transition a little bit into the concept of gold.
Yeah, just keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was going to say keep going. I'm just going to I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Yeah, no worries. So we've touched on the star. We've touched on love. We've touched on children being like a child. We've talked about kids' meals, happy meals. A lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people will relate to McDonald's known as the golden arches, right? And then now we have gold stars. This is a little snippet of some images I shared in my last book. They're called They're After Me, right here. And it's all about Lucky Charms. But once again, the very first charm that they reference is heart. Hearts, stars, horseshoes, clovers, and blue moons. Hearts and stars. Hearts and stars. So Donald Trump, it makes it very clear he's very connected with McDonald's. He was in a McDonald's commercial back in the day with, right here. Just last year, once again, last year, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl the same time that Team New Garden won the NASCAR Indy 500. Just color symbolism, you guys. I said here in this book, I said, at this point, it's worth mentioning that in the year 24, we have seen 2 professional sports teams win back-to-back championships. Team New Garden and the Kansas City Chiefs. Both teams just so happen to wear the colors red, white, and yellow, just like McDonald's and Donald Trump was the 45th U.S. Commander-in-Chief. So this was written before he came back, you guys. Gold, the return. So a little sidebar, I touched on this in my last video about Charlie Day. Okay, Charlie Day was born the date of this year's Super Bowl, February 9th. Just like Saquon Barkley, just like Cooper DeJean, who had that pick 6 right before the Super Bowl halftime show. And then enter Uncle Sam with the same birthday as Cooper Flagg, etc. But let's not forget about that Luigi Mangione story, you guys. I don't even have a screenshot for it, but I'll just tell you. Luigi Mangione, one of the main photos they show of him was him at a McDonald's, right? A McDonald's, really? The guy who apparently killed the CEO of a healthcare company and he's eating at McDonald's. Charlie caught a leprechaun. Yeah, well, so here's my point. Why Charlie Day besides his birthday? Right, Charlie Day. This is a scene. Sean, look at this, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know or really care about this show at all. I never got into it. But look, Charlie Day. There's an episode, and I didn't even watch the whole thing. I just found a snippet. Look at this. Charlie Day. There's an episode where he plays Dayman, and of course, you got the sun behind him and all that stuff. Day, the sun, the rise and the fall. The sun rises. Now it's the day, blah, blah, blah. But look what's behind him, dude.
Oh, shit.
You kidding me?
Wait, so when we were talking yesterday, like, that went over our heads?
No, this is just something that I found in the last 24 hours since we last spoke.
Wait, so that wasn't in the when we did it 2 days ago?
No, this was not a part of this.
Oh, shoot.
But notice the background too. It's green.
Yeah. Oh,
green,
my God.
Isn't it?
Wow.
It's green, isn't it?
Yeah. Wow.
Well, Luigi Mangione, you guys, holding arrested at a freaking McDonald's, right? Well, Charlie Day not only was the Super Bowl on his birthday this year, I touched on that in my last video. Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right? Casey and the Sunshine Band, all that stuff. But I also mentioned that Charlie Day matters because he is the current voice of Luigi. Who wears green? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And fun fact, you guys, I don't have a slide for it, but there are only 2 video games ever where Luigi has his own video game where Mario M, red, like McDonald's, not going to go that way, but there's only 2 video games that Luigi was ever a part of. If you wouldn't mind, Sean, are you okay with taking over the screen for a second? I got to do a quick bathroom break. But if you can please just pull up 2 windows that show Luigi's Mansion and Dr. Luigi. If you can pull that up really quick, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
With 2 separate windows?
Yeah. I mean, just so you can toggle back and forth and show. But
Dr. Luigi. Okay.
Dr. Luigi and Luigi's Mansion.
Okay.
I will be right back.
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Never mind. You're good. So what's good? What's everyone doing right now? Besides watching this, if you're here. How's everyone's day going? What time is it where you're at? Let me know. Let me know what time it is wherever you're at. I'm eating miso soup. And so something that's funny with me, synchronicities, you know, if you know me, that's like my whole life. But right before we started, so I've been applying for jobs, and so I'm in like the accounting field, and I was just applying for random companies that I saw on Indeed that had openings for the position that I do, and I applied for In-N-Out the the food chain over a month ago, maybe a month ago, and I never heard back, so I was just like, oh, whatever. And I stopped looking for jobs because I got hired last week, or on the 26th. So right before we start this stream, I opened my email, and In-N-Out, they emailed me saying, "Hi, we just reviewed your resume, and we want to set up a virtual interview with you." So literally after a month, and I knew this whole the whole thing with what we've been talking about, especially with the burgers, which you saw in the presentation. It's just interesting because I have like receipts and text messages. I was not on the burger thing initially because it was like AJ was the one who was like, I've been seeing this in so many different stories in sports, news stories, just like so many different connections with burger stuff, and it's like tied to what's going on right now with the connections he's finding with, you saw how it led to Drake and the beef with Drake and Kendrick, and then how AJ's also on the flag symbolism, and then Kendrick Lamar was all about the flag at the Super Bowl, and so I was sharing the story about the In-N-Out, how In-N-Out. I got the interview from In-N-Out right before we started.
Yeah, and I guess just to piggyback off of that, Sean, my own, once again, every single day things are coming together more and more for me in my own life, and I'm very confident that every single person is living through their own version of this. And what I'm going to say with your story about In-N-Out finding a new job, the book of Job, all that stuff, brotherly love, you guys. My brother, I have only one brother. He is very successful in Hollywood as a producer, and he has made two different commercials, the latest being during this year's Super Bowl. Okay. That one was not burger related, but how he springboarded in a way was he was approached by McDonald's. So he has his name on McDonald's advertisements. My brother is now directly aligned with McDonald's, and I do have a couple slides to share about that once we get there.
Oh, look at this picture. Look at the first picture.
Oh my God, he's upside down. Look at that. Oh my God. No, I didn't. Wow. So, okay. So talking about Luigi, right? I pointed out with Charlie Day. Charlie Day is currently the voice of Luigi. They're working on a Super Mario movie 2, which comes out next year. But Charlie Day is the voice of Luigi. Once again, green. Charlie Day is best known for his role in Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And his birthday is the same day as this last year's Super Bowl. See what I'm saying? So that's why I looked in. And then you have the Luigi Mangione. Look at that, dude. Luigi Mangione, kind of like Luigi Mangione. See that? Once again, you guys, like, how much gematria have we really shown tonight? Practically none. Look at this. Luigi's Mansion, Luigi Mangione, who got arrested at a McDonald's, right? So what I want to emphasize is that in the world of Nintendo and this character Luigi, there's only 2 games ever where it's only about Luigi. One of them is Luigi's Mansion, Luigi Mangione, right? And they've emphasized a lot about how he came from a very, very rich background, right? He was not struggling, to say the least. He was living in a mansion, if you will. Luigi Mangione. And then, yeah, Sean, the other one is Dr. Luigi. Dr. Luigi. Well, that's funny because the whole thing with Luigi Mangione was him shooting the, CEO of United Healthcare. And he gets arrested at a McDonald's. There's a whole other side piece with this dude because Charlie Day was in a movie or a series of movies called Horrible Bosses. And it's all about killing your boss, right? Like that's the whole running joke. But Charlie Day is in that movie. And he just so happens to be a dentist. He's in the medical field. Anyways, I'll leave it there, but I had to point that out.
I was just gonna say a joke real quick from a show that I saw. Have you ever seen the show The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt?
No. Dude,
that show's so freaking funny. Like it does, you would not think that I would like a show like that, but so the girl, like the main girl, like she just says like the randomest stuff, and she was like, they're called the Mario Bros, but one of them is named Mario. So does that mean his name is Mario? And it's funny because she's like, so like, because the backstory is that she was like she was trapped in a cult, like an underground apocalyptic cult, and then the show starts with her being free, like escaping from it. Like they free her and the group. So she like she lost 15 years of her life, and she's trying to like she's just like so like curious about everything, and she's just like really like positive and stuff, and basically she is basically the full like the full card. Like that is what that show is about. Her, she is like playing that archetype like perfectly. So yeah, I just want to bring it up. But
that is great. Like, you know, that's the thing I tried to emphasize in my last video was, you guys, this is a scary journey, but it's also beautifully amazing, and you have to always find the light in the darkness, right? Light does not exist without darkness, and vice versa. It's that yin and yang once again. So
let me get back to you.
Yeah, so to recap, we were talking about Luigi Mangione. He's at a McDonald's. Don't forget about the whole star connection, right? Going right back to Matthew McConaughey and the star, the golden arches. Now you have Charlie Day playing the Dayman with the dog right behind him. You see that? Like, oh my God, man. It's right there. It's right there. Sirius the dog star. We already talked about that with Snoop Dogg, showered in stars, going to Carl's Jr. Blah blah blah. So
wait, let me add one more thing. Did you know? And I wonder if other people knew that In-N-Out has always like put Bible verses on their like the bottom of the cups or like the wrappers. Did you know that?
Yeah, well, I know that In-N-Out. For some reason, I always thought that they were not open on Sundays, but at least here in Texas, they are open on Sundays. But I know that on the bottom of the cup they do John 3:16, right?
Exactly. And think about how crazy that is, because we didn't like I said, I got that email right before we started. I knew what we were going to be talking about. Like we were going to be talking about love, and they're known for that, for putting that In-N-Out, known for putting that verse. And I get the email right before we started the live stream, and yeah, I mean, I like
that's not by accident, dude. In my opinion, that is not by accident, bro.
Like, yeah, I mean, definitely not. You know, like so. Yeah, because I know a lot of people. I'm pretty sure a lot of people knew that, but then when you just really put it together, it's like, whoa, what the heck? Like,
for God so loved the world. You know, the opening line, for God so loved the world.
It's
unbelievable. Insane. Unbelievable, yeah. Bro.
Like maybe a little bit of proof might be cool. 1 second.
So let me ask you this, Sean. Are you going to take this interview?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm going to take it. I scheduled a virtual interview. But yeah, this.
You got an email from Krista?
Yeah.
Are you serious, dude? Yeah. Come on, man. Dude.
That's insane.
You know, call it a reach, call it a stretch. That is not a reach or a stretch. I'm at a point now where I'm like, there's a reason why Krista reached out to you with this In-N-Out burger alignment. But anyways, we've talked enough about Charlie Day and his connection with the Super Bowl. The Sirius, the dog star alignment.
One more thing.
Luigi.
One more thing. Okay, because I was thinking about. I'm just thinking about the show even more, which is crazy because so like you know how we're talking about like the whole thing with like the upside down and like underground, like so like
it's unavoidable at this point.
Yeah, and she lived. So in the beginning of the show, she lived underground. Like that's where she was kept underground, and like the more I think about it, yeah, like her character is totally like the full archetype. So it's like It's So Perfect how she like lived underground at first, and then she came like lived in a bunker. So this is what she lived. She lived in a bunker like this, like an underground bunker. And then see, like they're coming out from underground. So it's like the
What's that third image? Because I see a lot of green and then I see yellow. That third image.
where my oh, this is the you mean the green couch?
Yeah, that image. Can you click on it?
Yeah, that's where they live. That's like the living room. So it's like the couch.
It's a lot of green and a lot of burning there.
Yeah. And then if you see here, yeah, so they live underground, like in a bunker. And this is like in the beginning of the show, so they're freeing them from underground. So it's almost like, I guess like the almost like the cave, Batman, underground, Hangman.
You said it's called Unbreakable?
Yeah, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt.
Sean, this goes right back to the book of Job, bro.
Oh, right. Oh, you're
The
right.
book of Job is essentially a business deal made with God and Satan, and they're talking about Job. And Satan is essentially saying, I am going to break him. I am going to take everything away from him. I am going to, and all that stuff. And God was okay with it. He said, that's fine. Do what you will, but you will not touch him. You will not touch him. Meaning you can do whatever you want externally with him, but when it comes to him as a person, you can't do anything.
Right.
And Satan does that. And the story is about Job never breaking. And now you have Krista reaching out to you for a company that has John 3:16, which reads, "For God so loved the world," with the burger theme. I mean, dude, unbelievable.
In real time, man. In real time.
In real time, right now, as we speak. And that's what I want to keep emphasizing, you guys. We're all living through things like this. But if you can lean into it, you'll see it for yourself. I guarantee it. So, lastly, just, with the one game that Luigi has his own game, of course, when you get a star, it's a green star, right? All the Mario stuff it's a gold star, right? It's a gold star. But with Luigi, it's a green star. It ties right back into green, Always Sunny in Philadelphia, The Rise, The Fall, all that stuff. I just thought this was amazing. Charlie Day playing the Dayman with the dog right behind him. The dog star. So keeping it moving, now we're going to talk about the Return in the Mac. So there's a song called Return of the Mac, a very popular song. But there was also a rendition of that song. This came out several years ago, very popular, called Return of the Quack. And this was essentially a tribute theme song for the Oregon Ducks. I want to say my first video I did, I was touching on why Caleb Love was playing against the Oregon Ducks the same night that Mia Love dies. And then it goes back to the Super Bowl. Kendrick Lamar's middle name is Duckworth. Sorry, no, that's his last name. It's Kendrick Lamar Duckworth. So there's that. But this goes back to the return theme, you guys. The return of Mac Donald Trump. Return of the Quack. The Ducks. right? The title of the song is literally I Love My Ducks. And just don't forget about Donald Duck. Hey, Sean, can you do me a favor?
What's up?
Can you just do a quick Google search on Trump Donald Duck? Because there's something that Rambo keeps emphasizing too about how if you flip upside down an image of I think it's Donald Duck, but Donald Duck, when you flip it upside down, it looks exactly like Donald Trump.
It's an upside down Donald Duck picture?
Yeah, like just Google upside down Donald Duck, Donald Trump. If you search that, you should find it.
Oh, is it? Yeah, this is it. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing really quick just so you can. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Look at that. Upside down, Mac, McDonald's, love. I'm loving it. Burgers.
That's a trip.
Look at that, dude. Right? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. And yeah, it's crazy how it's like things like that can play into all this, like the whole puzzle.
They're telling us this is a love story, you guys. We're all living in a love story. I know I'm beating a dead horse at this point, but wow. Wow.
Screen.
Yeah, so I will present. All right, so we were talking about Return of the Mac. Return of the Quack. That's what this song is called. It's called Return of the Quack, and it also says, I love my ducks. I said it in my last video. I'm not joking when I say my dog, Cooper, the only thing that he will ever consistently eat is a duck heart. I'm not joking. So keeping it moving, just once again, the return theme, Cooper flag. I've been on the whole flag burning thing for a long time. The return, I explained this ongoing narrative about Cooper flag, Donald Trump, born on Flag Day, he returns. Now, Cooper flag returns, return of the Mac, right? I touched on it earlier, but just to show a visual, I love my ducks, return of the Mac, and you have Kendrick Lamar standing behind a flag in this year's Super Bowl, and his last name is Duck. Swarth. But here we go. Here's one I didn't share with you earlier, Sean. Look at this. Latest in the headlines, beloved McDonald's wraps are going to return this year. They are going to return. Beloved McDonald's is returning the wraps. And who announced it? The company president. Don't forget, the opening line of that Beef song against Drake is Psst, I see dead people. Don't forget, that came from The Sixth Sense. You and I talked about The Six earlier. But then he says, mustard on the beat. What's a very common condiment that you put on a burger? Mustard, right? So there's that. Mm-hmm. This ties back to our read-through of my mini book, The Hand. And there's so much to share with that. I already touched about how The Hand started with Carl Weathers. Now we touched on Carl's Jr. and The Star, right? But I just want to read this little blip from this book. I said this all comes together when you remember that McDonald's is home of the Happy Meal. Happy Gilmore. And also, they also serve nuggets, right? From the time of writing The Hand in this book, we have now seen the reported deaths of 3 actors from Happy Gilmore. And don't forget, right after we did this, Sean, I think, what was it? 3-4 days later, you texted me and was like, look who just died, or look at the announcement of Happy Gilmore 2. This was before they even announced anything about Happy Gilmore 2. It's all time-stamped. And the main things I mentioned was the death of Bob Barker and Carl Weathers. And after we did this live stream, Sean, that's when we had the announcement of Happy Gilmore 2, with also Travis Kelce, which I touched on about Travis Kelce had a hand injury. Travis Barker had a hand injury with Blink-182, blah, blah, blah. And then after we do that, then a 3rd actor from that movie dies as well. This was the time that the Denver Nuggets won the championship. This all ties back to the Joker themes. Nikola Jokic playing alongside Jamal Murray. And if you look at the first Joker movie that came out, the Joker shoots Murray Franklin. I don't know if you've seen the movie, but that's how it ends. The Joker shoots Murray. Now you have the Joker winning a championship with Jamal Murray, of all names.
Yeah.
Not to mention the love theme once again. Who won the following year? The Celtics, right? The Clover, the Sea Lover, certified lover boy.
Oh.
Right? So that happened with Happy Meal, just once again, screaming at you when you understand that we're living in a love story, you guys.
But you're making me want freaking fast food right now.
You want what?
You're making me want fast food right now.
Yeah, you want some McDonald's, don't you?
Yeah. I was thinking about the chicken star, or the famous stars from Carl's Jr.
Oh, yeah. I've always been a Western bacon cheese guy, which is what Matthew McConaughey ordered in that. Well, God, I don't even remember the name of it anymore. I'd have to go back. But look at this, you guys. I came across an article, and at the end of the day, you always got to take everything with a grain of salt. But I thought this was super interesting. And this is somebody who studies the Bible. And they emphasize that their whole article is God's favorite color is green. And in this article, Sean, I'll point out here too, look, he mentions once remarked on the color green in the rainbow mentioned in Revelation 4:3. Well, that's funny. Tomorrow is 4:3. We're actually now in 4:3.
Yeah.
And huge number with that with Jesus. But look at this. The rainbow was in sight like unto an emerald. Keeps going. Else so lively and lovely. This color is a most fit emblem of divine grace. It is the color of all of the grass, herbs, and trees. And growth of the earth, and therefore fitly denotes life. flourishing, prosperity, and happiness. It just keeps emphasizing God and earth and love. Just in this. Well, what came out recently in the world of The Wizard of Oz? Wicked. Right? So Wicked came out. There's a whole other story with that, but I just want to throw that in there. But we're going to go right back to gold and love. Sean, with everything I've shared so far, when it comes to gold and burgers, and especially Matthew McConaughey, who apparently lives in Austin where I do, what are the odds that he's in a movie called Gold? God is love, you guys. This is a love story. What are the odds that the character he plays kind of looks a lot like Donald Trump in a way, right? Like kind of slimy and money hungry and whatever. But the character he plays is Kenny Wells. Kind of like Kendrick Lamar. If you look up what Ken means, what the name Ken means, it is a short form of the Scottish name Kenneth, which means handsome or born of fire. So this goes back to my whole burning thing. AU means gold, right? And the flag burning stuff. But how perfect. Once again, you know?
Yeah,
Cody's already getting ahead of me here. So I just want to point out burning, AU, burn, AU. It's literally their logo, you guys. Burn, Kendrick Lamar, Kenny Wells, gold, Matthew McConaughey, the Golden Arches, the Golden Star. But yeah, my first mini book I ever wrote was called Fool's Gold. And I wasn't looking at this then. But as soon as I started leaning in, all of a sudden I'm like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. My first book that we ever did a live read through is called Fool's Gold. And then now I'm sitting here in the land of Matthew McConaughey, who has two movies, one called Gold, the other one called Fool's Gold. This is what I'm living through right now, you guys. And here's my plug for you, Cody. Look at this. You know, just shout out to you, man. You did a phenomenal job today. Just pointing out everything that, you know, I've been talking about as well for several years now. April Fool's Day, the rise of the Phoenix, and the whole executive order thing that you're sharing. I never even thought to go that direction, but you did a phenomenal job, Cody. And this is just another example of like what we're all living through, because we're leaning into the truth. Another plug once again on Rambo, you guys, $5 a month on his Patreon. Just look at this. I pointed this out at the beginning of the live stream about the whole 4819 thing. He points out the Capitals thing with 4819, but then he also touches on Connor McDavid, McConaughey, Mac, Return of the Mac, Connor McConaughey, Matthew 18:3, talking about being as a child, right? So let me pause there, because next we're going to get into a couple of things I'm looking at when it comes to the Masters and how it all ties into the green, the heart chakra, all of the themes that we've been talking about. Is there anything else you wanted to add before we dive into that?
Well, because I did want to talk about the Drake and Josh stuff real quick.
Yeah. I think that's a good time to do it. Let's do it.
Okay, let me add this. So, well, let me bring up the show. So, do you guys remember this show, Drake and Josh, right? Brothers.
Before you dive in, I'm just gonna say it. With Cody and the Zach thing, and it's just funny. There's a whole show called "The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody," right? And just in what we know about, this community that we're living in, I thought that was cute too. But anyways,
Fool's Gold released to tomorrow or in the 4/4, 895 weeks exactly. Oh wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. We'll keep an eye out for that.
Oh wow, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I could have probably fit this in when we were talking about all the stuff with Drake, and so we were talking about like we just noticed. This is just my opinion. I'll just say my opinion. Like with when they talk about celebrities getting caught with like the pedophilia and stuff, I don't really think that that's really happening. But it's like I think the subject of the child aspect is like it's just weird how they're using that to put it to the forefront. But it's like they're basically just trying to highlight that child.
They're trying to scare the shit out of you.
But I think
that kind of stuff, right?
I think it's also like challenge. It's like a challenge, So they're like they put those stories there, and then they're like, okay, like let's see who can really unpack the deeper meaning behind it, or like why these stories might even be out there. So like, so since we're talking about like the full child being a child, being innocent and all that, it's like this is how I was thinking. I was connecting it to the situation with Drake, because then I was thinking about Drake from Drake and Josh, and it's really interesting because AJ was talking about brothers the whole time, and this show is about they're half brothers. Well, they're
just like
so basically both their parents got together, so they weren't even actually related, but their parents were both single, and then they ended up getting together, and then they so step brothers, I guess. Yeah, the step brothers, and they got really close and everything. And they have like a huge, one of the biggest lines is he goes, "Hug me, brother." So it's like all about brotherly love. But also,
hey, Sean, really quick. Sorry, I don't want to get you off your track, but what's Drake's last name?
Bell. Drake Bell.
Philadelphia.
Oh,
the city of brotherly love is home of the Liberty Bell.
Oh, also, Josh, his last name is Peck, like Pecker.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Okay, well, yeah, we got more to share about that.
But in the news, like in real life news, so Drake, he was getting into a lot. So first, he got in trouble with engaging with a minor. Drake Bell given 2-year probation and child endangerment.
Pretty interesting thumbnail too.
This one?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Anyways, keep going.
And so he was on both sides of the equation because he got in trouble in 2017, and then there's a show on HBO where a bunch of kids from the Nickelodeon shows all came out and started exposing a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And so he ended up being on the other side of it, where he so he starred in that show as one of the victims. So he was on both sides of the equation. Like in 2017, he was the one who was. So he basically has a lot of. He's affiliated with this whole child thing, and beyond the fact that he was a child star, and
he was in a Brothers show.
yeah, and so
his last name is Bell, right?
and I was super into this show, and I always knew that it was always interesting that the brothers in real life, like they did not talk or like each other. They weren't friends. Like they would be on podcasts and they would like be like, how come you guys aren't actually friends in real life? Like, how is that possible?
Right.
And it'd be like really weird, but they just with everything going on, like, well, yeah, they just like reunited.
Brian Peck, dude, that blows my mind, man. We'll get back to Peck later.
Okay, so I'll get to that later, but basically, yeah. So so Jake and Josh reunite on Josh Peck's podcast after. So that's the first. They just reunited after like not talking for so many years, and that was March 20. So it was around March 24th.
Okay. Just talking about TV shows and whatnot, I'll tell you this. I've been watching Suits lately.
Mm-hmm.
It's an older show. They came out with a new rendition of Suits LA, which I haven't gotten to yet. But one thing I've noticed is in the main intro of the show Suits is the number 324. It's the suite number that they walk into. And the two main guys are not brothers, but that's another love story. Like they love each other, and they always look out for each other no matter what.
Right. So then this is I guess segueing into back to Drake, because you were just talking about Drake Bell, and so this was, if you're not really sure about where the whole everything started coming from, all the rumors about him being a child predator or whatever, like so he was having like a weird relationship with the girl from Stranger Things, Millie Bobby Brown, before she was 18, and so when you think about that, we're gonna basically tie that into all the stuff that Rambo was talking about with like the Upside Down and all that, because she was in Stranger Things, and Stranger Things is known for the Upside Down.
The ad just went away, but the last image you showed, we have it timestamped, but there was an ad for a fertilizer grass company when you showed that.
Oh, but anyways, so Stranger Things is known for the Upside Down. The Upside Down was the main name used to describe a mysterious alternate dimension existing in parallel to the human world. So yeah, like that's pretty much what it looked like. So think about that, like how Rambo was talking about how like Drake, the connection to him and the Upside Down plane, and then the whole thing with how now we're tying it in, because Rambo didn't touch too much on the child part, and so now we're tying it in with that because of the child and the fool, and he the whole child thing was huge with the Super Bowl, Kendrick's performance, and the girl that he had the rumors with happened to be in the show that had the Upside Down. And to tie it in one more time to what AJ was talking about in the beginning, remember back when AJ talked about the Uvalde shooting with the green and the green hearts, and Stranger Things was connected to that too, because remember when that Uvalde thing happened, and then right after was the premiere of season 4 of Stranger Things, which was a school shooting. Like, you guys remember that? Let's see if I could.
Oh my God. No, I wouldn't know that because I only got through the first season, and I don't know. It wasn't enough for me to continue. but I think I'm gonna have to go back and start watching that.
Yeah, because they even put a warning. They had put a warning. Look, Netflix adds warning card to Stranger Things 4 premiere following Uvalde shooting.
Oh my god, dude. Ooh.
So it's crazy. So that's what I'm trying to bring up is like, so AJ, he like this whole journey that we like. It started with what he talked about in the beginning with the Uvalde, which I commented on it in 2022, and now like we didn't even know I don't even think I knew who Rambo was at the time, and AJ wasn't friends with him back in 2022. Now AJ and Rambo are friends, and they've worked together. And Rambo has done all this stuff with Drake and the Upside Down. And think about how AJ, like think about how crazy that is. How
Sean, yeah. For anybody that's just tuning in, I opened with showing a post that I did back on August 27th, 2022. And Sean was one of the only people that commented about what I was observing about Q2 Stadium. Think about Trump and Q, right? The whole QAnon movement, right? That's a whole other thing.
Like who would have thought that would have connected to like what like Rambo posted about recently with what's been.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's coming to a head, and you and I both know.
That's the point too. Also, because that's how we started talking about Matthew McConaughey, because the Uvalde thing, that was the catalyst for the whole thing that AJ just showed right now. The Uvalde thing was the catalyst for that. And then
you pointed out that Q2 Stadium, Q is the 17th letter. We talked about Ohio is for lovers. Ohio is the 17th state. But Q2, 17-2. That is the date. That is Michael Jordan's birthday. That is the date that the upside down plane crash happened this year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Whatever you were. Yeah. Look at that. Look at Pat Mahomes just laying on the stars. That's fun.
But yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to add. But yeah, I'll let you finish because I know you got a little bit left, and then I want to add the Green Day thing after that. So.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait, dude. Yeah, American Idiot. That's the thing, I think, why you and I connected so strongly to begin with was like you and I love the same kind of music. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fun fact, the very first live concert I ever went to was Green Day and Blink-182.
Wait, say that one more time?
The first live concert I ever went to.
Oh, share your screen again when you can too.
Yeah, the first live concert I ever went to was Blink-182 and Green Day.
Dang.
It was the Pop Disaster Tour in 2001.
I remember that tour.
It was in Irvine Meadows.
Oh, wow.
Right next to Wild Rivers.
Wow.
But all of that's gone now. That Wild Rivers is gone, and so is that venue. But fun fact, this is what's funny, you guys. I was 11 years old. I was a child going to this concert because my mother knew how much I loved Blink-182.
Whoa, what the heck? Look at this. It's crazy. Did you... That's
oh my God, Cody. Jeez Louise. Oh my God. Oh.
Actually, I'll keep it there for a little bit longer.
Yeah, no, thank you, Cody, for sharing, man. That this is why we decided to do the live version rather than just record. So glad that you're joining us. Yeah, no, all I was going to say was that it was the first concert I ever went to, Blink-182, with Mark Hoppus, who has the same birthday as me, the stabbing of Caesar, all that stuff. But the only reason I was even there was because of my mom, who made it happen. And I was with my brother, who was even younger than me. He was like 8. And you and I both know Green Day, Blink-182, they are not very appropriate.
Yeah.
Especially in a live set. So my mom's sitting there with me and my brother as children, and my mom pulled us out of the concert early. She was like, "We're getting the hell out of here." But what's funny, because I was a child, half the things that they were talking about was just over my head. Like I didn't even know what they were talking about.
Oh yeah, same here.
But like, isn't that beautiful to just
Yeah.
think about? Like, I was a child surrounded by adults, if you will, but it was in a very inappropriate environment. And my mom finally realized as we're sitting there in the concert, like, oh my God, what did I do? And the only reason that she actually agreed to take us to that concert, you're going to love this, dude, was because my mom was ignorant enough to be like, oh yeah, I know Blink-182, all the small things, true care, truth brings, right? Like, talk about the most innocent song of all time that they've ever written.
Mm-hmm.
And that was blasting on the radio. And that's where she was like, oh yeah, no, I like Blink-182. I like that song. But then they opened with Family Reunion, where the entire song is nothing but every curse word you could imagine. It's just so funny looking back on that, you know?
Yeah.
So, anyways, yeah, I guess to segue into my last piece here, this will tie everything in with what Cody's added, with what you added, with oh my God, man, the whole what's his name? Drake Bell, Philadelphia, home of the Liberty Bell, and then you have what, Brian Peck. Here we go. So these don't consider these official picks or anything. That's not why we're doing this. I'm just sharing with you guys some observations. The Masters is coming up next week, and it is going to be the 89th Masters. In Gematria, if you look at the simplest cipher, A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, Jason Day equals 89. And the only reason I even looked at him was for two reasons. He is Australian. He's from the land down under. Okay? And this is one of the most recent commercials that it popped up as I was, watching a show. It shows Jason Day in a True Green commercial. And his name just so happens to equal 89, as he's now going to enter the 89th Masters.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget about what we talked about Charlie Day, born on the date of this year's Super Bowl. Don't forget about the Luigi Mangione story. Green, 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 day. You know what I mean? So I wanted to point that out. Don't forget about the upside down heart I pointed out earlier in the movie Airborne. Like how when you're born, you are pure. So Jason Day not only has the green connections, not only has the Gematria connection in the simplest cipher you can imagine, in the 89th Masters, but he's got all the green and the heart stuff going on. Especially with him now in this True Green commercial right before the 89th Masters begins. I touched on this earlier. Don't forget about Charlie Day, who has the same birthday as the Super Bowl this year. Green, green, green. Now that you mentioned Brian Peck, What are the odds that Charles Day's middle name is Peckham? Look at that, dude. Like, oh my God. Charlie Peckham Day. And you're using StreamYard right now, which the logo is a bird, it's a duck. But here's where it gets really good, you guys. As I've said a million times, I've been all over the Auburn flag burning stuff. We'll see what happens on Saturday when when Auburn plays Florida. But it all goes back to Uncle Sam. I mean, notice he's wearing kind of an Uncle Sam hat here. But my wife's name is Sam. My dog's name is Cooper. Cooper flag, Cooper DeJean, all that stuff. What are the odds that there's a golfer in the Masters that begins on 4/7? That's the other thing. The Masters begins the date of the college basketball championship. So the same day that the championship happens, we have the Masters beginning. What are the odds that there's a golfer named Sam Burns? I started diving into the Masters like 2 days ago, and I see that, and I'm like, oh, geez, Louise. Like, and then tying back to the dog Star, right, Sean? I pointed out earlier, Charlie Day. He's in an episode called The Day Man, and he just so happens to have a dog behind him. The sun burns, right? What are the odds that Sam Burns was born the same day that Michael Jordan's father died?
Wow.
This goes back to another rise and return, because Michael Jordan three-peated with the Bulls. Don't forget about the other story that happened on March 8th. The Chicago Bulls banners burned in the United Center.
Dude, all right, you got to see this real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Second. Cody found this.
Oh man, yeah, Cody's seeing a heavy alignment with this 895.
That is freaking wild. Wait, so tomorrow as in 4/4? Oh
No, tomorrow or today technically now is 4/3, April 3rd. I would say in the majority of the world. But 4/4 is coming up very quick. That's the date that what's his face? Who played the Joker?
But that's
Dude, this goes back to when you and I did the whole thing about Gabby Giffords. Gabby Giffords, the head wound, right? When she got shot in the head, but she survived. And then we were talking about the potential of Donald Trump getting shot. If you remember that took place in Tucson, Arizona. That's the University of Arizona. That's where the school rests. But dude, Sam Burns, Uncle Sam, Auburn. Sam Burns is born the same day that Michael Jordan's father died, which just so happens to be the heliacal rising of Sirius. And the Bulls intro song is literally called Sirius. It goes right back to the Dog Star. Like the Dog Star is stamped onto Sam Burns with everything else. I don't have any prediction other than keep an eye on Sam Burns and keep an eye on Jason Day with what they're doing here. But moving on, I touched on this earlier, Sean. And this ties back into your story, right? With In-N-Out, John 3:16. I already said my brotherly love, his name is Daniel, and he has done commercials in his line of work for McDonald's. Now we also have a golfer by the name of Daniel Berger in this tournament. And look at this, dude. He was born April 7th, 4-7. His birthday is the date of the college basketball tournament. Or sorry, the championship.
Finals, yeah.
Donald Trump was number 47. He's Mac Donald Trump, the return of the Mac, right? So I just want to emphasize that. What are the freaking odds that Daniel Berger is born on 4-7, the date of the championship? It's also the date that the Masters begins.
Wow.
So keep an eye out for Daniel Berger. Two more. I got 3 more slides. So another golfer to look at is Cameron Young. Say, Drake, I hear you like him young, right? It just ties all right back into the be as a child theme, right? Don't forget, Donald Trump was the first and only president to physically show up to a Super Bowl. And it was this year's Super Bowl. I just want to emphasize this really quick. Talk about Epstein Island, and all the conspiracy stuff out there. And I think there's some truth to it. But the Epstein Island is shaped just like the Nickelodeon logo, the Nickelodeon splash and whatever. But
I think it was confirmed. I might be wrong, but I know that there was a conspiracy theory that SpongeBob SquarePants, that there's an episode where they show his ID, and his address is the address of Epstein Island.
I would love to see that.
Oh wow! Dang. So that's crazy, because when you consider this again from gold.
Hey, Cody, if you could further explain when you said Fibonacci and then put gold in parentheses, I'm not entirely sure.
Because the golden ratio, the Fibonacci.
Oh yes, yeah. Well, here's the thing. Look at Cody's logo. It's a spiral, right? The Fibonacci sequence. That is beautiful, Cody. Beautiful.
No, and it's crazy because Cody had like a crazy synchronicity with Michelle Trachtenberg, because she was in the movie Euro Trip, and that movie is about a guy named Scotty from Ohio who goes to Germany to meet his German pen pal, and Cody's from Ohio. His dad's name's Scott. His girlfriend's from Germany, and they met online. And the last movie that she was in was the movie was called Spiral.
Oh my god! Man.
Yeah, so I remember.
And I forgot that Cody is from Ohio.
Yeah.
Hey Cody, if you've never heard the song "Ohio is for Lovers" by Hawthorne Heights, please just go watch that 4-minute music video. It was a very popular tune.
Yeah, let me share. Let me put it on the screen real quick, because it was like a screamo.
Yeah,
a screamo.
The song slaps, man. I love that song. 'Cause my heart is in Ohio. I mean, just think about Cleveland and LeBron and King James and the return. He returned back to Cleveland. I mean, you can't escape the love story. Hawthorne Heights, right? It goes back to the chakra system. It's about it's about vibration,
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, so in that movie Spiral, her character's name was Cody too. So it was
dear Lord. Yeah, Cody, please watch and read the lyrics, watch that song. I think it's gonna slap you in the face. In a good way, right? In a good way. You're gonna see that song was written for you, just like it was written for me, But yeah, so like you got Trump here with Epstein. Apparently he was on the flight logs, and there's so many people still on the whole QAnon flight log stuff and how, just wait and be patient and whatever. But so, you got Trump with Epstein, all the very sensitive pedo stuff. You got Trump even saying, I've known Jeff Epstein for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side, right? So just look at Cameron Young, you guys. And the other thing that's crazy to me, besides, say, Drake, I hear you like him young and everything we've talked about, right? This image is so funny to me. But what are the odds that Donald Trump went to Fordham University and Cameron Young went to Fordham Prep, which is a high school, right? So there's that whole alignment with just Young and all that. Lastly, to drop the mic, this is a love story, but it does all tie back into this year about plane crashes, right? If you guys don't know, Pearl Harbor obviously a plane, not necessarily a plane crash, but very plane
Related, yeah.
Related. But 9/11 became known as the new Pearl Harbor, right? Planes, explosions, burning, right? The rise and the fall, the crash. Shout out to Joey, because Joey's been on essentially saying, like, there's a big Japan theme here because Shohei Ohtani from Japan, don't forget, Kobe is named after Kobe, Japan, founded on 4/1, founded on April Fool's Day, died at 41, blah, blah, blah. But just keep an eye on the Japanese golfers. Don't be surprised if they make a splash. And I just wanted to show the value in betting on something like the Masters, because even Scotty Scheffler, he's the favorite. There's still value on him. And Scotty Scheffler makes sense because of Scottie Pippen, who played alongside Michael Jordan with the Bulls, right? So just keep that in mind, you guys. So the main players, just in my opinion, I'm looking at Jason Day, because his full name equals 89, like the 89th Masters. Charlie Day, Charles Peckham. Sam Burns, that one blows my mind with everything I've been on. But Sam Burns, born on the heliacal rising of Sirius, blah, blah, blah. Then we got Daniel Berger. Then we got Cameron Young. Then we got Hideki Matsuyama and Colin Morikawa. Matsuyama is from Japan. Colin is from Los Angeles, which is very fitting as well, just with the Kobe theme. So that concludes my presentation.
And yes.
Yeah.
So to add on, go back to the slides with the day stuff, and the green and all that.
Jason Day.
Yeah, and then how you connected it to Charlie Day and Luigi and the green, right? And then we got the Masters and all that. So this is it. I thought of it like it clicked in my head, like after he like presented this stuff to me, because I remembered that this year, and it doesn't have like for Green Day to be playing at Coachella, headlining at Coachella this year, Green Day, it's like almost impossible for all that to happen that AJ just shared, and Green Day um um performing, headlining at Coachella, and it's during the freaking Masters because it's April 12th and 13th, or the 2 weekends. It's the weekend of April 12th and the weekend of April 19th. So then I thought of that, and then I thought of the American Idiot album cover. So for one, I was like, okay, AJ's been talking about the flag stuff, and then you got the American, and then Idiot, like because we were talking about the Fool, like Idiot, the Fool, and you have the heart. You have the heart, like with the whole thing with love, and then just like the icing on the cake is that the lead singer of Green Day, Billy Joel Armstrong, his birthday is the same birthday as Michael Jordan, which that was
God.
That's what started the whole. That was the beginning of the presentation. Was the whole thing with the Q2, 17-2, and Michael Jordan. Literally, Michael Jordan, his birthday being 17-2. That was like the beginning of the presentation.
And what you shared about, oh my God, what's the name? Stranger Things.
Yeah.
What's her character again?
11.
No, but like the actress.
Oh, Millie Bobby Brown.
Bobby. Okay, sorry. I thought there was a Billy in there. Millie Bobby. I was thinking of Billy Joe. But yeah, no, that's. Oh my God, dude! This is why we do this,
Yeah. So yeah, there's definitely gotta be something to the 11 thing too. Like I'm thinking about the pillars for sure, but there's gotta be more to it.
Of course there is. I mean, it goes back to Kyrie Irving, number 11. I think he might wear number 2 now. Which there's a lot to be said about that. I don't remember exactly what number he wears, but there's a reason why Luka Doncic left American Airlines Center, and now you have Kyrie, who has worn the number 11 multiple times, goes down with a leg injury. Just like Rodgers of the American Eagles in the first round of this tournament, just like Cooper Flagg right before the tournament. And they were emphasizing, is he going to return and even play? Of course he did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
just like Auburn, right? I shared that with you last night with what you were talking about in your last video about Jesus equaling 444. Once again, Johnny Broome. Would you mind pulling that up real quick since we're talking about it? Just doing a quick Google. Johnny Broome, Auburn, returns. Just type that in real quick. This was the last game that Auburn played. It was a big return thing going on. There you go. Broome returned to Sunday's 70-64 Elite Eight win over Michigan despite his injury. That injury it was like, whoa. Yeah, it was kind of hard to watch. But Broome left the game around the 10:47 mark. That's funny because Freemason equals 147. 147 has a lot of connotations, but yeah, he did that in the second half. Hold on, I'm reading it. With an injury inside the paint after Michigan State's Freddie Fiddler missed a layup. He returned around the 5:26 mark in the second half. And the big thing was when he returned, when he had his leg injury, there's a lot of leg injuries going on this year too. He came back and he banged a 3 to kind of solidify the win, if you will. But he wears number 4. Number 4 is the number associated with death. He banged a 3, 4-3. We are now currently talking on April 3rd, 4-3, which just so happens to be the 93rd day of the year. There's a lot with Jesus in 93 and 4-3. So all of that happens. He comes back and he bangs a 3. He scored the 60th point with that 3-pointer for Auburn. Well, Donald Trump just returned in the 60th presidential election.
That's perfect.
Eric C said anything with the 77 with Luka and 23 with LeBron summing to 100. Well, Washington equals 100. And just going back to my last book, They're After Me, I touched a lot on Lucky and Luka. There's a reason why, just to bring things back up. The big reason why I love the Celtics to win last year was because the founder of Skull and Bones, while Yale University was 322 years old, there's only one time ever that can happen. Skull and Bones was founded by William or Bill Russell. And then you have Bill Walton, who dies exactly 666 days apart from Bill Russell. And then think about Joe Biden, who just left. His nickname is Celtic. His Secret Service name is Celtic. So, of course, the Celtics are in the finals 2 out of the 4 years that he's in office. They win the last year as he leaves, and now we have a return, right? So that's all I really got to say about the 77 with Luka. There's a reason why Vegas, Sean, right now, really quick, just type in lucky number Vegas. Look at that, 7-7, right? Lucky number 7. You didn't even have to type in 7. Lucky, Luka.
Cody's name equals 777.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is what I'm talking about. There's a reason why 777 is associated with luck. The mascot name is Lucky. His name is Lucky. And then once again, this ties back to love, dude. Pull up the just type in Clover.
Okay.
Clover. Clover. There's a reason why Clover is called that, because love is right in the middle. Once again, they're screaming at you about this. But no, just type in Clover, like or good luck Clover. And this goes back to what I've already talked about in my other books, and we've done read-throughs on this. Is it a coincidence that every petal of a clover is in the shape of a heart and it's also green? You know what I mean? So yeah, Luka, luck, 77, Flight 77, American Airlines, all that stuff. But Luka, love, green now goes to the other city of lights outside of Vegas. And it's right there. No gematria needed. Just look at the petals, man. Look at the shape of the clovers. Look how beautiful this is. It's freaking incredible to me, man.
This is pretty cool too. So have you guys ever heard how like Hollywood is known as Babylon, or like it was Babylon, Hollywood Babylon, right?
Yeah. The Whore of Babylon and all that stuff.
Yeah. So, I think let me see.
By the way, Babylon, Baby, baby, birth.
I think it's or Mystery Babylon. Maybe it's Mystery.
Shout out to Enrique. Just pointed out that April 15th is McDonald's Day. Oh, man. Better keep an eye out.
Mystery Babylon.
Look into, I think his name is Ryan Burger or Seth Burger.
I'll look that up.
I don't know, but there's a player that hit a home run on Burger Day a couple years ago. But it would not surprise me if he happens to knock one out on McDonald's Day. So thank you for sharing, Enrique. I appreciate that.
When's McDonald's Day?
April 15th per what Enrique is sharing.
Okay, well, since I want to share the Interstellar thing real quick since we were.
Oh yeah, please do, man. Because that video that you tagged me back into that you posted years ago, this is another example of us being in a love story. If there's any way that you can actually play that clip really quick.
Well, the thing is, so unfortunately, I can't. I don't know how to do it where you can play sound while you're doing live. So
well, it was through Instagram, right? Can you?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, because I've done live before, and I'll try to play a video, and then there's just no sound.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but here, this is what I can show. So the movie Interstellar. I freaking love this movie, by the way. Like, if like I'm not the kind of person that's like super anti-movie. Like, I like some movies like this are they're genius. Like Christopher Nolan's a genius, and it really strikes a chord with people like us if you just open your mind to it, because it's he's literally communicating. I don't want to spoil it too much, but like he's communicating with his daughter through code, and he's gone out on this mission, but he's still like communicating with her through code, and I'm like, that's like how I feel like what's going on with me and like my dad and stuff, and it's probably like what's going on with how we're getting, like everyone's getting the messages that they're getting, like we're probably receiving it from like another dimension, you know. So anyways, Matthew McConaughey, Interstellar, and the aspect of love is like a huge part of where is it? There we go.
Yeah, you can click out of the Luigi stuff.
Love is the key. So
love is the key.
Interstellar. Okay, so Interstellar, the concept of love is the key, refers to the idea that love as an observable and powerful force transcends time and space, allowing for connections and communication across vast distances and dimensions, which is key in the film's ending. And maybe I'll just read a few more things, but the film explores the notion that love is a fundamental quantifiable force that can transcend the boundaries of time and space. And then Cooper, his name is Cooper in the movie.
God, that this is what I'm talking about. It's just screaming at me, and
but
it's not just me. It's not just you. It's all of us.
And I'll actually read because I got it in my email. I just sent the decode that I made to it. So there's a few parts. Oops. All right. So I say, how do I scroll up? Okay. So the film, oh God, sorry guys. The film Interstellar is about a man named Joseph Cooper who is chosen to help save humanity from the imminent destruction of Earth. And this is wait, you guys there? Shoot. You guys hear me? Oh shoot. What happened? is AJ? Did AJ step out? Okay. Well, okay. So this is a decode that I made on the movie like
I'm back. I'm good.
years ago. I
Can
made
you
this
hear me?
years. Yeah, yeah. So I made this decode years ago. So there's a few parts. Let me just like break it down. So I say the film Interstellar is about a man named Joseph Cooper who's chosen to help save humanity from the imminent destruction of Earth by ascending into the stars to prepare a new home for Earth, as it's about to be destroyed, which is why they choose them to like they need to someone to help. Like they're trying to literally like find a way to get everyone from Earth to another. So they're trying to like find another place to live, like another planet. He ends up accessing a wormhole that allows him to overcome the laws of time and space in order to communicate with his daughter in the past through codes to help her solve the final equation needed for humanity to safely move to their new home. So again, it's I don't want to. If you don't want it to be spoiled, I would recommend not listening. But so he ends up going to this mission, and she grows up and she becomes like a mathematician scientist, and he helps communicate with her to help her solve the equation, like because there's one piece of the equation that they need in order to figure out how to get everyone out of Earth to the new planet. So he's like communicating with her through code to help her solve this equation, which I feel like I resonate so much with. But anyways, the character Joseph Cooper, JC, played by Matthew McConaughey, is a reference to Jesus Christ, the chosen one, the Messiah. The movie was written by brothers Jonathan and Christopher Nolan, JC again. And they even say that he leaves Earth at 33 years old. So that's how old Jesus was when he ascended into heaven. And then he consoles his daughter by promising that he will return. He tells her, like, I will be back. I'm going to return. So the second coming of Christ. And then Professor Brand, who's played by Michael Caine, he quotes, "We're not meant to save the world. We're meant to leave it. For here," and then Hebrews 13:14 says, "For here we have no lasting city, but we seek the city that is to come." And John 14:3, "If I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and will take you to myself, that where I am, you may be also." So it's like he like literally emphasizes in the movie, like, oh, we're not meant to save the world. We're meant to leave it. And then so the Bible says, like, this is not our home, and
Well, and there's a saying, Sean, that's very profound. When my grandma died, my dad stood up, and during the funeral, he made a speech about, we are not of this world.
right.
We are not of this world. We are so much bigger than this world.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And so in the movie, so when he's communicating with his daughter, it's like, so like I said, he like accesses a wormhole. So he ends up like pushing things off of her bookshelf. So she thinks that she thinks that her room is haunted because things keep falling from her room. But that is what helps her. Like it ends up leading to her like communicating with her through binary code. And so then it says here, while he's on his mission, his daughter Murph receives communication from an invisible source whom she calls her ghost, which symbolizes the Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit, who is sent after Jesus' ascension. And then John 16:7, "Nevertheless, I tell you the truth, it is to your advantage that I go away. For if I do not go away, the Helper will not come to you. But if I go, I will send him to you." So that's what that part is representing. And then the love part.
Is this slide 5? Is this what you tagged me back into what you posted years ago? Is this the clip?
Yeah. So there's a
Like,
lot.
dude, this blew my mind, bro.
Yeah, and then so Anne Hathaway, she literally quotes, "Love is the one thing that we're capable of perceiving that transcends time and space." And so Ephesians 1:4, even as he chose us in him before the foundation of the world, that we should be holy and blameless before him in love. And Romans 13:10, love is the fulfillment of the law. So love is the key that allows Cooper to communicate with his daughter beyond the limits of time and space. And so I made that years ago, and I really was not expecting like that me and AJ were gonna be on this journey of like, from what we posted in 2022, the first slide that we shared, to what's going on today, and how like Matthew McConaughey was like kind of like 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 the vessel to create that connection from beginning to end, and how it relates so much to Interstellar, what I just read, with like the concept of love, and like the symbolism of Jesus Christ and all that, and ascending. We're talking about elevating, and the whole the presentation today is called "Love is the Answer" and "Love is the Key." So, yeah, just putting all that stuff together is like crazy, because another thing is that he presented this whole thing to me. He presented this whole thing to me a few nights ago without me even bringing this up. And then after I saw his whole presentation, I was like, dude, that fits in perfectly with this decode that I made years ago about Interstellar. And like again, just not having any idea that that he had put that whole thing together with Matthew McConaughey and love is the answer. And so yeah, that's just like that's the kind of stuff that really makes it all meaningful to me, is like the just like how synchronized it all is, because it's just like, yeah, it's just insane.
No, for sure. And I'm so sorry if anybody thinks that I'm not listening to you, Sean. I am absolutely hearing you loud and clear. I'm just looking for another screenshot I took just to kind of go back to the star piece for a second, because what you were sharing, love is the key, the star key. I went back and so let's quickly go back to flight 4819, the upside down plane crash.
Oh, yeah, here's actually a little. I'll show this real quick. This is like I think it's gonna show it.
Yeah, I had a screenshot that I'm trying to pull back up so I can share it, but I'm listening loud and clear. My God, man. Of course, it's one of those things, just, it's there, but when you need it, you can't find it. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Okay, let me.
Sorry. Sorry, I just need to send this to myself really quick so I can put it on my slide. Talking about everything you were just talking about, star.
Love.
Yeah, love, the star. Like, obviously, all of this is a love story. Once again, I'll never stop saying that. We are living in a love story, and they're telling us. But, all right, Sean, I think. Oh, okay. We good? You can see my screen?
Yeah.
So really quick, Sean, you just emphasized, I think it was Ecclesiastes 1:4. 1:4, like in that post, you were just like you dropped, I think, Ecclesiastes chapter 1 verse 4.
It was Ephesians 1:4. Ephesians 1:4.
Ephesians, okay. But this goes back to the Perry shooting. 1:4, right?
Oh yeah, wow.
So that, right, dude, this story, Matthew Perry, Purdy went to Perry, that's all on the map on the moon mini story. This isn't even for me to plug myself. Like, we touched on all that. But look at this, you guys, with what Sean just talked about. This goes back to the hangman and the upside down plane crash. Look at this. First of all, this guy, this screenshot came from footage that they gave to us of passengers that were in that plane. Nobody died. Nobody died. But there's only one video footage that's out there. Sean, if you and I were sitting in an airplane and we get turned upside down, and everyone survived and we're all hanging, like whatever, sure. I don't think most people would think to take their phone out, but I would think there would be definitely more than one person filming what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Eric C, he seems happy. So if you go back and watch the footage, this is the first guy that is helping all of these people off of the plane. Just look at the freaking, like, looks like he just had a Happy Meal, huh? Like, what? It's just so bizarre. Like, just his demeanor. But look at this. What's on his shirt?
What the heck? What the heck? Can I share my screen real fast? Like super, like 2 seconds.
Hold on. I'm going to share one other thing. Same image. Okay. So I watched this with this dude with a freaking smile on his face, you know, apparently helping people. Star key with what you were saying about love is the key, the star, the key, everything else we've been talking about. Look what's behind him. Watch this.
What?
The stars. The stars. Star key, the stars, and he's got this shit-eating grin on his face. I'm sorry for swearing, but yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, let me show this real quick. And then I might have to end soon.
It's about time, dude. We've been on for a while.
Yeah, thanks for everyone who's been kicking it with us. Like we still have a bunch of people watching, which is sick. So yeah, just thanks for everyone who's here. But I just thought maybe that you would think this is interesting because I looked up Key.
Oh man, yeah, going right back to the Perry shooting, dude, from last year, and we didn't even know it, right? We're just sharing what we were documenting last year and how it so falls perfectly into place every single time.
Yeah.
That we're on to new stories. I mean, Val Kilmer died yesterday. That news did not exist 30 hours ago. You know what I mean? But it falls perfectly into everything. So
yeah.
I mean, I guess for me, closing comment statements. Thank you all for tuning in. Anybody who will watch this after, I hope you guys enjoyed what we brought to the table today. And once again, thank you, Sean. I mean, more than anything, thank you so much for offering up your platform. Thank you, Cody, for chiming in. And thank you, Sean. Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Joey. Thank you, Rambo, Adam the Illusion. I really appreciate so much the brotherly love, if you will, that I'm feeling as I'm kind of being reincarnated when it comes to moving my research onto a different platform. And next week is the 1 year anniversary of the eclipse. I don't think that's by accident. I will be hosting Rambo once a week for 1 hour. And it's going to be all about just people that want to pick his brain just to chat. But that 1 hour is going to go by very, very quick every week. But I want this to be a platform for people to get access to Rambo, because we all know how valuable his time is and how difficult it is to get in front of him. So it's going to be really exciting, you guys. And I just appreciate you guys supporting me any way I can. Please make sure you're following Sean, Cody, Rambo, Joey, Adam the Illusion, all you guys. It means the world to me.
Yeah, and after tonight, like now I'm kind of inclined to, I don't know, like now I kind of want to do like a nighttime stream, maybe like once a week or something. Because
dude, I'm here, man. I'm here. You know that.
Yeah, we should do it. Like even if we have like a small little thing to share, and then we could just hang out and just just something casual.
Yeah, exactly. And
I'm thinking about it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with me and Rambo, like, time is money. Time is the most valuable thing that we have. And knowing what we know and these collabs that we have, obviously they will go very long if there's no structure or like a hard stop is what I mean, right? We're coming up on 4 hours now. But yeah, I'm just thankful that you trust me, Cody trusts me, Rambo trusts me, and I'm blessed to be able to be that bridge that you were talking about in your last live stream about how you bridged all of us together. And here's an opportunity for me. Oh my God, Sean, what the hell, dude?
That's funny.
Oh my
God. I spelled thank you wrong. I'm an idiot. I spelled thank you wrong.
With 2 L's? Wait.
Okay, yeah. I spelled it with 2 Y's. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No, I mean that's still like that's the fun side of it, right? But it's those little things where when you see how perfect it fits in just the simplest ciphers, man. I mean, my goodness. 101, the 26th prime. Kobe died on the 26th day of the year. 3/4, that's my wedding day. That's today's date. Today is 3/4, written in the majority of the world. So thank you. Once again, it means the world to me, man.
Yeah, let me just to end it. I'll bring up the advertisement, like the post for.
Oh yeah, just the weekly. Yeah, thanks so much for promoting that. I'm already seeing a lot of likes, and people are.
Heck yeah.
Seeing that, it's gonna be a lot of fun. This is what I'm calling it. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Once again, the whole purpose of this weekly 1 hour tune in is really to pick Rambo's brain. I told Rambo I don't expect anything from him other than to just be present. And whether I have something I want to share for that week, or you, Sean, or Adam, Cody, Joey, whatever, that's fine. I'm just telling Rambo he doesn't have to prepare for anything. He just needs to be there. And he's down. He's excited. As am I. I just think this is going to be a very wonderful thing for our community, because we know this is all about love, spreading love, reconciliation, right? When we started this stream, it was National Reconciliation Day. Not burning bridges, pun intended, but keeping them up and strengthening them. And I know a lot of people are thirsting for Rambo, and I'm just blessed enough to have that contact with him to where he is willing to do this for us. And yeah, so last thing I'll say is I apologize in advance for any hiccups. It's going to be choppy because it'll be my first experience doing this, but I am doing everything I can to make it as smooth as possible. And I want to essentially open up a call-in number where someone can call in, ask a question, and talk to Rambo, right? Because at the end of the day, we're all asking ourselves this same question. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Because Sean, you and I aren't always seeing what, like, everything together. But when we put our minds together, it's like, oh my God, yeah, I'm seeing what you're seeing because it falls perfectly into what I'm seeing. So that's why I came up with this title.
It's perfect. Yeah. Yeah. That's all for me. I don't think I have much to say, but yeah, again, I'm just super thankful for everyone who was kicking it with us tonight. And yeah, like I said, I'm thinking about doing this more. So I'll let you guys know. So
Sean, you know I'm always here for you, man. Like if we want to do our own weekly thing too, we can definitely talk about that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because there's always more.
Yeah.
That's why it's like we have to be strict at that 1 hour with Rambo. His time is extremely valuable. And yeah, as long as we stick to that, discipline is freedom. There's always more.
Yeah, and it doesn't even always have to be like new codes where we feel pressured, like we'll have to make a new code for today.
Yeah.
It could be like going over. It could just be going over something we shared.
It can it can literally be, hey guys, we're live now for the next hour. If anybody wants to call and talk to Rambo about anything, here he is.
Mm-hmm.
Now's the time, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you watching Cody, Adam, etc., like we'll all dump in observations as we're all talking to him, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun. I feel like it's already like since you've came along, it's already had an impact on the community we have over here, like in a good way, and I feel like it's just gonna keep heading in that direction. So I think it's sick.
Yeah, that's why I always emphasize to Rambo. I said I don't expect anything from you other than just 1 hour of your time, and don't be prepared for anything because guess what? Like, this is a platform we're building so everybody can, as many people as we can within an hour, just talk about what everybody is on their mind, right? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Everybody is going to be chiming in on, hey, I'm seeing this. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? Right? And we try to bring it to a head. And it's going to be really exciting. And it's coming up really quick, you guys, next Tuesday.
Yeah, I can't wait. And we got to get Phil on too.
Oh, of course. Phil, Philadelphia, brotherly love. I mean, Phil is very much tied into all this too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that's all I have, Sean. Thank you once again so much.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. Thank you too.
Yeah.
And everyone else is here. Hope you guys have a whatever time it is for you. Good morning or good night. Good night for me. I know it's good night for you too. Yeah, I'll talk to you all very soon. Wish me luck on the interview.
Yeah, man. I can't wait to hear what that's about. Krista.
I know.
I love it, man.
All right. God bless everyone. Have a good night.
All right, brother.
Peace.